destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh,
they got off!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has to call.
Alright, welcome ladies and gents here to the VALORANT Challenges Malaysia Singapore split number 1. I'm FaZe, and I'm going to be your caster and host just for a little bit until my partner comes in. But nonetheless, guys, it's going to be a pretty exciting day today. I'm telling you, we've got Bleed, we've got Kizuna, we've got Todak, we've got LVR. These are some top tier teams, and it's just super exciting to watch and cast here. And man, I'm just excited to be here. But yeah, nonetheless, guys, this is all it is, man. Bleed versus LVR. That's going to be the first game here for today, and I'm telling you, it's a pretty, well, two pretty big names. You know, I can't wait for this to happen. But nonetheless, guys, before we head anywhere, we're going to make sure you guys understand the format of how this whole tournament works. So let's get it.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams, Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, Todak, and Ascent Esports to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
So yeah, there we go. That's a lot to take in, honestly. But honestly, yeah, this is basically the round robin. You need to be the top 6 to make your way into the playoffs. And once you're into the playoffs, you actually get the chance to win the USD 25,000. That's a lot of money. You know, there's a lot to play for. But these teams, they have to make sure, as we're in the middle of this split, every single game matters at this point. You know, every single team, they've been able to watch the opposing enemy. They've been watching the VODs, and the coaches, I'm sure, have been making up some strats, have been finding out how to counter the enemy team. So it would not be I would not be surprised how this tournament goes for the rest of the way. But every single game matters at this point. Oh man, I can't wait, guys. Especially since we got Bleed today, we got LVR. These are my 2 favorite teams here out here. And right behind me, guys, as you see, here it is, the standings. Enigma Gaming on top as they won up against X10 yesterday, 4-1. Bleed Esports here, second here, alongside third here, we got LVR. So the top 3 teams here are going to be playing today. Enigma, they played yesterday. But down below, we got Toda up against the likes of Kizuna, which will be happening later on. And down below, with one win, 4 losses for both these two teams, Hey Yakiniku and Team Path. They had a game yesterday, it went all 3 matches, and the last 2 maps they went OT, and in the end, Hey Yakiniku were able to actually win it out on top. But nonetheless, Bleed Esports, LVR, that's going to be the first game. Both of these teams, they are 3 wins, 1 losses. So, you know, they have the good scoreline, but you know, every single team, they have to fight out all these, they have to fight each other. And that's how the round robin works. Just make sure they just get the W's all the time. But this is going to be Bleed right here. Look at these guys, man. These guys are crazy. They are top in the league. They have a coach from Germany, Nikola Ninik. I don't know if I butchered that name, but like, yeah, he's pretty insane. And they've been just getting W's all the way around. But in this tournament, the one team that they actually lost to was Enigma Gaming. Enigma Gaming on top at this very moment. Ooh, this could go either way. LVR, they actually beat out Enigma Gaming 2-0 the other day, so I just don't know what's going on. Like, I guess whichever team is on form today is just going to be the better team. Let's have a look at the lineup, because the Bleed actually has some pretty interesting players here. Crazy guy from Vietnam, Darion, JH, Juicy, and S Scary, who is actually from Thailand. So they got these 2 extra players. You know, as long as your 3 core players are from MYSG, you can bring in whoever you want. So you can bring in someone from Belgium. So you can see Vietnam, S Scary, Vietnam, crazy guy, Thailand, S Scary. It's all good. But these guys are dangerous. You cannot count them out, man. I mean, they brought them in here for a reason. They're crazy. We've seen S Scary play, and he is just cracked. This whole lineup, basically, individually, are insane. So when they play as a team, especially with the coach, Legia, who's here, and putting up them strats, it's going to be crazy. But here we got LVR, Bryce, Maxi, Redco, Reveri. Hopefully I didn't mess that up, but Shinsei as well. Shinsei, I'm sure you guys have watched this. This guy is cracked. I mean, I cannot explain anymore. When he's on that jet, he just goes crazy. When he's cooking, he's out there just fragging. And man, it is crazy. LVR beat Hey Yakiniku, they've beat KZ, Kizuna, and they've beat Enigma 2-0 as well. So that one loss that they have is actually from Team Path, 2-1. So it's just so weird, because it could go either way. We're going to be looking here at the map veto down below, and we'll see which teams ban what map. Ascent going to be taken out. Fracture taken out. Oh, man. Bleed, what's their first map? They're basically pretty good at everything, honestly. Haven, that's pretty awesome. I think LVR has a bit of a tough time in Haven. I've seen them lose a few maps there, but you know what, at this point it doesn't really matter. Split gonna be coming in for the second map here, picked up by LVR. Interesting. Remember, Lotus is actually in. You have Lotus is out. Lotus is out now. All right, we'll see what they choose. Icebox, Ascent. Icebox is gone. We'll see what the decider is at this point. Pearl, not too shabby. LVR is pretty decent at Pearl as well. So at this point, it's down to which team is the better team. Haven, I love this map. It's that map with the 3 sites. And honestly, when you put together the breach, you put together the jet, it is super fun to watch, especially when you have the Astra as well. There's all these different sort of plays you can make. You can put the gravity well on towards the site. You can get the jet to dash in towards the smoke on towards A. The breach flashes towards the default box, and the jet comes out of the smoke. This is a lot of different sort of set plays you can make, and that's honestly one of my favorite maps to cast. Thank God it's the first one. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what we want. That's what we want to see. But yeah, I mean, these guys are going to be on top of their game for sure. See what they choose out here. This is the agent picks down below. If you guys can see Shinsei hovering over that jet, they have not locked in yet. Once the color comes in, that means they locked in. So Darion gonna be picking up that Killjoy. JH on that breach. S Scary on towards that Astra. Okay, that's what we're talking about. This is what we want, the Astra. This is basically a mirror matchup here coming in, and you know, you don't expect anything different, because this is basically super meta at this point. You need that Astra to deny or delay the defuse from the side of the for the retake. We've got the Killjoy as well, who is able to throw out her nano swarms to delay. Crazy guy, he's on that Sova. You guys know how it is, man. It's basic Valorant, but this is what it all boils down to. This is the top 3 teams, by the way, and it's going to be super fun to watch. A best of 3. So as long as you make the least amount of mistakes within those first two, 3 maps, should be good to go. All right, the game's starting soon. Everyone grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, take that quick bathroom break before you start watching. And it is going to be some fun plays here from these 2 teams. Oh man, Haven. How will this go? So LVR starting off here in towards the defense. Bleed for the attack. And of course, nowadays we see a lot of these Jets, they like to start off with some frenzies, you know, go in and go ham, get the run and gun, get spray and pray. But this time around, Shinsei and Juicy, they actually choose that Ghost to start things off. Slow and steady. And it looks like both these 2 teams actually want to go for a very heavy mid take. You can see towards the map, 3 different players here from the side of Bleed ready to take that garage. But inside garage, they have a surprise. Shinsei going to be coming out super aggressive. Just going to be hitting a couple of shots, but not going to be able to take him down. He's down to 16 HP. Somehow that shock dart does not actually take him out. Look at this war happening. What in the world? This looks like a deathmatch right now. Somehow, there's only been 2 players taken out at this point when every single one of them was towards mid. Juicy does actually end up taking Rivera, who was pushing up towards long. 3 easy paths here towards that A site. 4 versus 3. Can they make this work? Juicy actually has that frenzy. Up close and personal, gonna be very dangerous. Clears out the corner with that, spots out Maxi pushing up. He got the information, they have to be very careful. Darian comes in, and it's just trades all around the corner. The frenzy's not gonna be working here for the retake, and there it is. Bleed with the trades back and forth. They managed to pick up the first round. Oh my goodness. What a way to start off this series. Just pushing up towards mid, all what, 9, almost 9, 10 players here towards mid, just fighting for that mid control, taking garage. But Shinsei just dashing out alongside Redco's concussed. Not able to pick anyone up, but nonetheless, it is what it is. Bleed were able to pick up the player pushing up towards long, and they were just able to wrap towards that A site. Single Sheriff in the hands of Shinsei. Trying to be the hero here. He's pushing up towards A short. Bleed have already taken that A long position. Can they make it work? Scan comes in. That's a bit odd how they did not take it out the first time. Slow and steady pace. Drone gonna be coming out to clear that A short angle, and already LVR, they decide to bring 3 players to make sure the hold on towards that A site is a bit more fortified. Shinsei goes for the peek and somehow takes down Crazy Guy. It's going to be a great start here to the round. He's down to about 20 HP, 12 HP here. And he will get taken out eventually. Great utility use from the side of Bleed to make their way, to clear the path towards that A sub. But 2 players nonetheless towards this A short position. They have a bit of an idea, but how will they counteract this? The double swing comes in and they do manage to take down 1. That's about it. It's all Rivera. He takes down 1. And that's all it is. 2 players left alive from the side of Bleed. Tons of damage done from the side of LVR. Great rotation. Great early rotation towards that A side. And a quick pick there from Shinsei to actually take down Crazy Guy at the start of the round. Super tough here. Bleed, they have a lot to... they've got the bonus round out. And they have a lot to be very scared, very wary of, especially since LVR are looking to be super strong, super aggressive here at the start of the first map, Haven.
Recovering it.
Just playing default. Don't want to get too aggressive. Bleed is in the bonus round, so they know trying to go for these quick shots, quick plays at the start of the round is going to be very costful, especially since LVR has all the rifles that they need. Actually, he's got a pretty great hold here on towards Garage alongside his utilities. But how will he counter this? tons of damage here towards Darion, down to 31 HP, but oh, look at all these footsteps. The squad here, the SWAT team from the side of Bleed gonna be coming out. Maxi, how do you deal with this? The flash comes in. Ooh, but not gonna be able to take down more than one. Great stuff here from the side of Bleed, but there is still Bryce here, ready and waiting, playing across the smoke. Spots that crazy guy, but gets him back.
Down. C. One enemy
We're very...
remaining.
Right here.
Oh, I don't know how to pronounce this man's name. Unfortunate there, but Shinsei will be able to pick up Darion. Rivera. Reverie. Oh, guys, sorry if I butcher his name. All right, you can DM me afterwards, after this game, and tell me how it's pronounced. But that's LVR being able to pick up that third round.
Pressing alarm bot.
It was a bonus round here from the likes of Bleed, so they are able to buy up those rifles. But with the fact that LVR were able to take down 3 players in that second round, in that eco, that causes 3 players from the side of Bleed to actually just buy up light armor. And up against these Phantoms, it's very, very dangerous. Oh, great concussion. Look at LVR just setting up the firing squad towards Long. Decent effort from the side of Bleed. They wanted to take the orb here to pick up an ultimate to make their way closer, but just does not work out. JH, one more frag, one more point towards the Rolling Thunder. Super slow. And this is exactly how you expect these 2 top-tier teams to play. And what a pick there from Darion. Always the player you can count on.
Recalling my
Give
bot.
him any role and he is good to go. 3 versus 3 now, and it's always going to be the advantage of Bleed. Always going to be an advantage towards the team that has who is attacking here, because that causes LVR to split up their defense, to leave the site open. There's always a lot of openings to be found here from the side of the attacking. And now Bleed setting their scopes here towards this A site. Information has been given. Shinsei trying to find an opening frag, but couldn't decide who to shoot.
Left.
Falls back. And now waiting for the rest of the team to come in for the retake. Great shot here to start things off. He's got 3 kills so far, looking for the ace, but no, it's not going to work out. But he has the information that both these 2 players are actually towards the hell position. They do manage to get the spike down. 2 versus 2 now. Redco alongside Maxi. How will they turn this around? They've got 2 flashpoints to work with in this hand of Redco. That's going to be very big, but Jay manages to turn, set in the nick of time, and Darion comes back, gets the shot there on towards Redco and holds things down. What a shot. What a hold indeed. I think it was a little bit over-aggressive there from the side of Shinsei to drop down towards Hell. You know, the JH was already using his C ability to clear out that Hell position, and he just decided to jump down. So kind of costed them the round there. Maybe if he was a little bit more patient, flashpoints on the hands of
Get out of my way.
Redco
Lock in sight.
would have been different. Very aggressive here, start of the 5th round. You see, oh, just gets taken down by Shinsei, who pushed up towards Long. That's going to be a great start from the side of LVR. Some signs of life here. Maxi's going to have a little bit of trouble. He hears all these footsteps come in, misses the initial crucial shot on towards Crazy Guy. But nonetheless, they make their way here in towards that C site. Should be a free plant, and it's a bit of a rough buy coming in from LVR. They've got the Sheriff's out. They got a single Vandal in the hands of Reverie. But Shinsei also has a Blade Storm up, and they do have the man advantage. This is definitely doable here. Shinsei gonna be coming in, just gets dodges the little concussion, gets the shot here on towards Crazy Guy. That's gonna be a great start. Time is of the essence, and they look like they just want to go for the defuse instantly. Look at this crossfire that they have set up. There's just no way for Bleed to actually get this locked down in place. Oh my goodness. Oh man, Darion. He picked up a couple of kills here, but those are just consolation kills. LVR was able to get the defuse down just in time before the lockdown was placed. But nonetheless, what a beautiful retake there coming in from LVR. They were able to clear out the player who was playing towards Plat. I think that was Crazy Guy. set up that Cosmic Divide beautifully and just set up a crossfire. It shouldn't say towards the top of plat. If anyone tries to come in to take down that diffuser, they had it all ready and set up. Very quick plays here towards that A site. Reverie has all these bits of information, but look at Shinsei already. This man, he has been a formidable force. Great shots there, traded towards Garage. 4 versus 4 now. Maxi is gone. Crazy Guy is out of this map, so there's no initiator to assist them with any sort of information. They've got JH on the breach. He's actually able to just flash them in, but they have no idea where any of these players are. Easy peasy. Spike has been planted alongside the Cosmic Divide. 2 players, Shinsei and Redco is here ready and waiting. They do have the concuss, they have the flashpoint, but Darion just super ready for that. They set up a full-on unit here towards Long. Redco will be able to take down one. He knows there's one more, and he does manage to spray him down. Jay, all by himself towards Long. Here we go. A great use of utility to clear things out. And look at Redco go. While on their side, Reverie just cleans things up. What a retake here coming in from LVR. And man, this IGL making Breach look so easy. The way Redco played it out, get those 1v1s. The way he used his utility, just pure perfection. It could not have gone any better there for him. And they've tied things up just like that. Nice and easy. Economy of bleed broken. They've got Sheriffs, a Stinger, and a single Vandal in the... that's scary. Okay. They got 4 Sheriffs and a single Stinger.
Turret out.
And for the attacking side, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Maybe you should try to look for those fights where it's a bit more close ranged. For the Stinger to make things work. Slow and steady now, and at this point, they're just hoping for any one of these LVR players to get aggressive, to take one step out of position so these Sheriffs can make tons of damage. Look at how passive these guys are. This is exactly what you expect throughout the midpoint of this tournament. These top tier teams, they just want to play those mind games. They want to clear out all these corners, play so patient and methodical. Not a single person was seen, not a single piece of information was given to any of these teams. LVR, they decide to give that free sight for the side of Bleed. They know they have the weapons advantage here. So when it comes to the retake, it should be a little bit easier to make things work. Corners have been cleared. Juicy just comes in just like that. Nice and easy with the assistance of the concussion. Here it is. Spike going to be planted. He has the Hunter's Fury to work with, but he's going to use that for a different round. Oh, there we go. He just a little bit too late, but he does manage to tag down one. Does take down Juicy. That's going to be a good start. And actually, the lockdown comes in as well. They trade ults, Hunter's Fury for the lockdown. But can they make this work? Shinsei trying to look for an opening. Oh, I'm not sure if he spotted out Jay. He did, but Jay gets the better shot off here. And the squad just comes in, plays together, super close, super tactical, trying to get the trades off. Reverie does manage to take down one, and look at these shock darts hitting the mark. Single shot can make things work, but Bryce will close things out with the sweep. Just in time. Reverie did manage to get the defuse, but it costed them 3 players. Dangerous plays here, and that shows, even with a Stinger, even with Sheriffs, it can get so close, and that's why LVR, they make sure to use every single bit of utility available. Darion with 11 frags, 3 deaths. He's got the lockdown to work with, so they have the possibility of going towards A, putting that lockdown towards A short to clear out that A site, but look at the Shinsei. Look at Shinsei already pushing up towards A short.
Here.
Just ready and waiting, posted up with that operator. He knows. They have a feeling that they might make their way towards this A site with that lockdown, but this time around, Maxi, who's always been holding that garage position, just gets taken out super early on, and that's a Sentinel. That's going to leave a hole somewhere in the defense, and that causes Bryce to try to get the information, try to push up. But he does not know that there are 5 players here ready and waiting here for him. Phantom in his hands, but he just misses by a millimeter. Crazy guy will get the upper hand, and they're going to be making their way in towards this site. Flash comes in, they have an idea. Redco is around here, but Redco does manage to take down at least one before getting traded out instantly. That has to be a save here from the side of LVR. They've got the operator on Shinsei. Reverie just a little bit of assistance to hold things out, but man, Bleed. What a way. As soon as they get that frag on towards Bryce pushing up long, they knew it's time to explode. They exploded their way on towards that C site. Nice and easy. Got that frag on towards Redco. That's a save. You gotta make sure this operator, Shinsei, he's been pretty insane this whole tournament. With the operator in his hands, we're not sure how they're gonna make this work. Especially since Bleed does not want to give away this information, does not want to go for those early picks. I don't think they know even that the operator's out. So a good chance here for Bleed to tie things up. Four to 4, and that's just the first game of this best of 3. They do have the Cosmic Divide here for the side of Bryce. So if they do decide to go for the retake, it wouldn't be too bad. But just because of that round, I mean, the fact that Darion and JH was able to keep the Rolling Thunder, keep that lockdown is pretty big. Shinsei gonna be looking for an opening frag here towards Silong. Only person who's sort of making their way towards his crosshair is Scary. And if he's able to take down Scary, things should be looking LVR's way. Taking down the controller or something. So much utility out of this. JH is there alongside his members, so Flashpoint is just instantly going to counter Shinsei. And look at the timing. Shinsei now overthinking. Not sure what to do, especially with the pressure coming in from Crazy Guy, who's droned out Garage. Shinsei, does he get it? But Juicy and does manage to get that quick shot here on towards him. Juicy jumped a little bit too wide there. And it was nice, easy pickings, but look at the position here from Crazy Guy. Already up close and personal in towards Garage. Ready and waiting, but that's a beautiful Flashpoint. They have the information, and Shinsei instantly dashes away. Is that not? I do not want to deal with this. Let them come in. I'll see if I can get them in the cross. A great Nebula coming in from the side of Bleed, just covering all these corners. And that's a 4 versus 5. Cosmic Divide is available. You have to remember, in the hands of Bryce. If they can clear out the players on towards the default position, they can make things work. And that's why Bleed, that's why Bleed does not want to fall back towards Silong. They know for a fact that Cosmic Divide is here. Instantly, they push up, they play together in front of the Cosmic Divide to try counter the push here coming in from them. Flashpoints do come in. Scary does take down one, but instantly he's going to get traded out. Not a single player from the side of Bleed playing it far. They are up close and personal, and LVR knows they do not want anything to deal with this. They keep 4 members alive, and Bleed win out that 4v5. Super smart.
Here.
Just big brain strats coming in from Bleed. They know for a fact that the Cosmic Divide is going to be used. They can set up a crossfire. And what they did was, instead of playing all the way towards long, they had all the players set up on towards default. The lockdown was there, so they knew Garage was clear. And all they had to do was set up a crossfire for any of these LVR players to coming in for the retake. Nice and easy there. 3 different ultimates was used in that round, and here we go. Bleed looking to get aggressive here towards A short. Bryce, he's got the Phantom in his hands. He's got Redco all the way up there, and just because Redco got scanned, he's not going to expect that Bryce is playing up close and personal. That's going to be a great shot, a great pickup on towards Juicy, the Jet, on the side of Bleed. Clear out long. Crazy Guy has been spotted, but the rest of the team from the side of Bleed is going to be wrapping here in towards short, and I'm not sure if they have a clue. They just don't know how quick they can come up here towards short. Instantly traded out, and that's a 2 versus 2. Shinsei, once again, not going to be able to have any luck with this operator. Always trying to find those opening picks, but he's in the wrong position at the wrong time. They choose to actually come in for this retake. Spectre in the hands of Maxi. Can they actually make things work with this? Not the easiest weapons to come in for the retake. But I'm sure they can make things work. Jet dashes in. She's got the shorty in his hands. And then Spectre actually makes things work. 93 HP, 3 HP here on towards Maxi. And that's going to be a quick cleanup from Escary.
Gun here.
6-4. And Bleed is slowly running away with it. Decent stuff here. I mean, LVR, they had the right idea. They cleared out A long. They were able to take down Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy was actually able to take down one of the 3 members peeking him. But the rest of the team from Bleed was just able to wrap A short, made it look nice and easy, and just traded each other. And you see how close they were together. That's not the kind of chemistry that you're gonna have when you're playing ranked. These guys have been playing together for quite some time now. And they just know how to react to all these different kind of situations. Bleed especially. That's going to be a great start here from the side of LVR. You see Shinsei already pushing up towards this A main position. Bleed looking to get that quick execution on towards B, especially with the Cosmic Divide here in the hands of Escary. Bryce does take down one, but the Cosmic Divide will still come up. Oh, quick shots here, and Juicy has gone for the plant. The rest of the team will be playing so passively. You can see that Escary's in towards spawn. Shinsei has no clue. He wants to clear this out. He has an idea, and yes, he does take down Escary. One more. He hears the shots. Hears the footsteps. Takes down one more, but it's only good for 1. 2 versus 3 now, and there's a chance here for LVR to tie things up, to bring things back. Lockdown is in place. They need to clear these out. Darion does manage to take down one. Oh, that's going to be an easy spam here. Great use of utility coming in from the side of Crazy Guy. That's the way.
Last round before the switch.
Buy all you need.
7-4 now, ladies and gents. So close yet so far. LVR, they have the right ideas. They're able to find those opening picks with Shinsei. But man, Bleed is just able to use the utility wisely. He's able to make things work. Nice and easy. Last round here before the end of the half. Ooh. Operator.
And first,
Bleed
Esports doing exceptionally well, just like the usual.
Of course, man, it's Bleed. Great stuff though, but LVR does manage to find an opening. 4 versus 5 now. They always manage to find the opening, but Bleed, even though they're down 1 member, they're able to actually capitalize here when it comes to holding it down, holding these post plants. They get that free sight on towards A. Bleed just able to really hold things down. Nonetheless, sights here set on towards this A. Reverie does man. Ooh, God, that's quick. That's a quick shot here to take down that recon. Spike will be planted. 4 versus 5. Remember that, ladies and gents. They do have a lot of utility here from the side of Reverie, Redco on that breach as well. Flashpoints, concussion, and the aftershock. Here we go. Bleed does take down Shinsei. That's going to be a great start. Looking for more. Not going to be able to pick things up. And look at Bleed go. Just holding it down nice and easily. Hitting these shots. Winning out the gunfights with ease.
We're down at Redco right now, and doesn't seem like there's much left in the tank, but there will be a little bit more just to end the round.
Switching sides.
Louvre needing to catch up on this 4-pointer of deficit. What a strong showing coming out of Bleed Esports once again.
Indeed.
Strength of their executions into the side. Didn't seem like Louvre could be able to crack that one open. But now moving on to the second half, at least having initial 4-pointers would still be giving Louvre a really solid chance to bounce back up. And of course, apologies for keeping a brother waiting here on the desk.
No problem. Oh man, but just to recap things up, LVR, you know, they've been doing pretty well. They're always finding the opening picks, and Bleed, even though they're down, what, 4v5, 3v5, it just does not work out for them. They're just able to really win out those gunfights and make things work. It's a pretty close fight.
Out of charges.
But in the end, Bleed is just able to win out those pulse plants every single time.
Oh boy.
Great use of utility. Juicy takes down 2 and looks like they are on a roll in this defense. They know that the A side has been taken, but this Frenzy is doing work. My goodness, looking for more.
There's no way that they could basically handle the double Frenzy attack.
Oh man.
Like, just look at how clean of an execution, having that read onto that A, and it just went in by very swiftly. Louvre put in the fort to even check the angles. Halfway through, you even see the gravity well being placed perfectly.
That's the beauty, man. That's the beauty of Frenzies. Like,
Yeah.
A lot of people, they like to buy Ghost. They like to go for those long-range shots. You know, if that's you, it's cool. But if you're playing Jet, if you're entering maybe as a Raze, a Frenzy is your best friend. You're able to pick up at least 2 kills with those.
And we're starting off with both the Crazy Guy as well as the round having a Guardian already up online. Heavy commitment coming in from Bleed Esports. The bias per usual. Sprays into the doors. Won't be able to find anyone for the time being. But oh my word, D-Round double headshot.
These headshots are just crazy.
Now they're all being held back. They absolutely know where they're coming from. Shinsei still manages to trade. Brings down Juicy, but gotta check on the lock though.
Oh my goodness.
God! Shinsei with 12 HP left.
Shinsei's cooking, babe. Does not expect Jay to be playing towards that back of sight, but that's tons of damage. They brought in two Guardians, a Spectre, some Sheriffs in towards this one and just make it look so easy to use. But LVR with those Sheriffs, destroyed, man. Destroyed.
Especially Shinsei.
Spike planted.
Man knows
One
his
enemy
angles, and
remaining.
same goes to Crazy Guy.
Scanning ahead.
Gotta do his due diligence, though it's only 1 Aster remaining. They do get the recon lead.
Oh,
now
no.
with all the Aftershock in place, JH makes it a quick cleanup. And Crazy Guy secured a round for them. 10 points in. And Louvre, it's got so much to really catch up on. And it's not the fact that they didn't play on desync or there was not really much of that coordination. In fact, I think like their execution style is really on those full commits where when they don't really get any for a pick, like they will still go out for a hunt. And I believe that in this round itself, Shinsei has done so much opening room, and then they do have that rotation heading into A. And things look out to be pretty mighty fine until, of course, you just get overwhelmed by manpower.
Yeah.
Now, they're just about to try on this A hit once again. And let's see if they find a little bit more of a wiggle room. Now that there's only 2 members guarding onto site.
Juicy.
Has to pull back.
Had the operator in his hands. He was droned out, and that's exactly what you need to do if you're not sure. Nonetheless, this guy, he's been playing pretty well here in this first game in this series, just hitting his shots. Shinsei, his counterpart, just around the corner. We'll see who's the better Jet at this point. But man, Shinsei, he's always finding those openings, always finding those frags. Last round with those Sheriffs just shows what sort of player he is. Clean and precise, crispy aim. Imagine he actually had a Vandal in his hands, and this time around he does.
Just the calm before the storm. They really have to find a way to deal with JH, though. He's the one leading the fray. And now, before everything is set in the sight, he did get the stun on top of JH. And Shinsei goes 1 for 1. Scary trades back. Juicy now. Only with the operator.
Oh my
still trying to
goodness.
make on the lower angles. And Louvre is going to be swarming him.
One enemy
Furion
remaining. Spike down.
still
A.
make it pretty much clear. Down to Broad. 8 HP.
That's the way.
I'm too shocked for
Quick
them.
shots there from Bryce. Able to take their 5th round here from the side of LVR. That was a bit of a tough position from Juicy, huh? He somehow he was able to make his way on top of the box, get that frag on towards Maxi. Just made it look so easy, but the fact that they were getting wrapped from both A short and A long just proved a little bit too costly. So great execution coming in from the side of LVR. Shinsei was just able to dash in towards the back of sight, take down JH, who was concussed. And you just can't do anything about that. I mean, once you're concussed, it's like, okay, see you next round.
Yeah, like the setups were absolutely crisp and clean. out of Louvre. This recon's going to read Crazy Guy for the time being. As we do see on towards the C side, there is a very heavy push coming out, and therefore the rest of Louvre, they really have to hold out on the flank though. Over on to the mid windows, Maxi's been trying to
The timing.
watch, but Crazy Guy
Just
Kind
finds
of
the
a
perfect timing, man. Speaks out when Redco's not looking.
Right here.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness.
Nasty work coming out from Crazy Guy throughout the rounds, and he's not showing any signs of stopping, even though this is going to be their half by. It made it seem like they have every single possible weaponry that they asked for.
Here.
And now, Lou's turn to hold them back.
Definitely. I think they're just waiting for the scan from Crazy Guy. It has come up. The recon will be coming in, so that's going to be the start of this execution. Just some chaos in towards this A site. They do spot out Maxi, but he misses his blades. Maxi takes down 2 players, and LVR managed to hold things down here towards this A site. Oh, so close yet so far.
Feels bad for Juicy. I mean, he got clipped by the aftershock at first, and then once he did spot out one member out of Louvre, couldn't really clip Maxi with either side of blades. If he does have that reset, maybe there was a chance for him to wrap things up. Louvre took the opportunity when they see that window. Now, it's inching closer and closer. Whether or not if there's going to be overtime, it really leads down to more rounds like that. Redco now playing very aggressively and Bleed. Opposite push out for the orb while they do get this scan on top of Shinsei. Still pressure is on though. He's only got the Blade Storm to work with. And Juicy is going to make this a 1v1 jet battle.
Oh, he manages to make things out. He managed to get away. And if you look towards C Long, there's actually quite a bit of push coming in from the side of Darion, trying to get aggressive. So much information as he has that C Long position. Slow and steady, and as you said, the calm before the storm, it's always like this. They just take up as much map control as they can. As soon as they get close to the site, they just start to pull out the utilities, bring out the concuss here from the side of Breach, and just the flashes coming in with the rest of the team, but nonetheless, so patient, so close. And LVR, they don't want to make any mistakes because they're slowly catching back up here towards Bleed.
And now there is a strong fighting chance here, especially when Bleed is on an eco. They do spot them out moving into A site. Not much can be done but to give way to the rest of Louvre. So they will play for retakes and see how much could they actually catch out of this. Shinsei holding inside of the Shroud of Smoke.
So cheeky.
Crazy Guy holding onto the top window, and the rest of Bleed, they're beelining from the back. They're hoping to find their way out, and they will need to rely on Brock to hold them back. And Redco, he's gonna get that triple, and that beeline ain't working out. Louvre secures the round eventually, but there is still a Crazy Guy to deal with, and that will be settled with a shorty.
That's the way. I mean, look at the utility usage from the side of LVR. Bryce, who was holding that angle, if I'm not mistaken, towards A Long, he was just ready and waiting, heard all the footsteps. Redco was like, don't worry, I got this. Pulls out the concuss, and the fact that it's that A main position, he's from A short, it's just a clear, easy path to stun at least 2-3 players, and he was just able to spray them all down. Bryce was hiding behind the box and just, okay, I was expecting them to push up. But, you know, you got this, Redco.
Yeah. And now it looks pretty even, like both sides having 3 elements to work with, especially with the Rolling Thunder. They could absolutely clear off the C side, and this is why Bleed come in absolutely prepared. And this Aftershock's going to be able to seek out at least a member out of them, and that forces out, once more, Killjoy to hold them all back.
Both lockdowns going to be used here. Hunter Shuri will not be able to take down the attacking lockdown. This time around, it just makes a massive delay. Cosmic Divide comes up as well, and finally the plant is coming in, and this position by Shinsei is a bit dangerous, and look how he plays with that. He's not going to be able to get one, but he does manage to delay here. The defense, the retake from the side of Bleed. Slow and steady. Cosmic Divides all around the board, just so much utility, but in this storm, JH and Darion is able to come out together and pick up a frag. Oh my goodness.
Redco.
Oh my, not like this.
Oh boy.
The retake comes in nice and easily. They use the wall to their advantage and they just hold up a crossfire. Redco was not even able to push because JH was just on the other side of that wall. And that's going to be 11 for Bleed, slowly crawling towards the finish line here.
Great discipline being displayed by Bleed Esports overall. And then you look at Scary, that Cosmic Divide to counter it as well. It was perfectly cutting off most of the viewpoints of Louvre. And nothing much can be done from there. You saw Redco literally struggling by the corner of the wall, hoping to clip JH.
Just a line of LVR players ready for all that action.
Juicy now. Be held back ever so slightly. He's still pushing out the Shrouds though, and he spots out another line coming in the way. And that's where they did clip Shinsei. 24 HP remaining into this matchup. It's gonna make things harder for this Jet to get into the site, but Juicy, it's not gonna make things any easier, I suppose.
This angle right here. Shinsei slowly creeping up, and Juicy might just have to deal with a bit of a tough one. Who is the faster shot? Who can react faster? And Juicy's the one to do it. Rolling Thunder does come out, and then it catches Redco as well, and they're cleaning things up towards Long. Three of the remaining players here from LVR.
And there's not really much time for them to work with. Look at the flanks. Dirion's already on his way, and he's hoping to catch them mid-rotation. And for the time being, seems like Bryce is doing his due diligence as well.
This angle right here, I don't think they
get
expect
this.
30 seconds left.
Oh, snapped directly over onto Dirion. Couldn't really find him. Millie gets that hit shot. Two more standing in the way. As much as C gives them a little bit of room of possibility, it's still being held back by the rest of Bleed Esports. Scary, just doing so much work
10
here.
seconds left.
Maxi left with so little. So for the time being, believe that they're going to go in for a save and hope to pull it into a final push. With everyone pushing forward, I don't think that he will survive. Maxi somehow still carries his weapon into the match point for Bleed Esports.
We take those. I mean, just a beautiful hold from the side of Bleed. They have the operator out, it was in the hands of Juicy, and he's just able to get that first pick off on towards Shinsei. Instantly, the Rolling Thunder from the side of JH came in as well, so they were just able to capitalize, take control of that Long, taking out two players, and just left LVR in a bit of a pickle. You know, 3 versus 5, it's tough, especially since Darion has the initiative to push out Garage, and they just don't have to really worry about it. If Darion was to be able to get taken out, it would still be a 4v3, and they're still able to come in for that retake. So, nonetheless, so far, just great gameplay here from both these two teams. But Bleed just always able to just capitalize using the utility in these situations.
Yeah, and speaking of utility, now they really have to play around the Hunter's Fury as well. Only element available, and therefore, it's really difficult to decide how do they really want to execute this, because look at both Shinsei as well as Bryce. They come in without any form of weaponry as well. And, well, finally getting their hands onto the Spectre. But it's all half mice, and Maxi's not having any form of shields.
He's got...
And they really have to play carefully with this.
He's got the money to buy the shield here, but I guess he forgot to buy it. There's 1.4 left in his bank.
Huh.
Bleed, though, starting off with a massive Odin frag here. Taking out the player in towards window. He does manage to get tagged, but he does not give a damn with that Odin. Falling back, he hears the steps, and Shinsei just comes up. He's trying to go for the wall bang, but Shinsei comes in to take off his head. Wrapping now towards that A side. Beautiful concussion here from the side of LVR. They're working together like a team, but look at Juicy taking down 2 before he gets traded out.
Oh gosh. Even with them going on the deficit of creds to work with, they still made it possible, especially with Shinsei. Now Maxi is going to pull this off. Only JH left. Making sure that things will look pretty much in his favor, but he couldn't snap it back on towards Maxi, and that's where Louvre give themselves a fighting chance. What a clean execution by Shinsei overall.
It was, wasn't
And like you said, as much as Maxi forgot to buy the shield even with 1,004 creds left on the bank, like, didn't seem like he actually needed it.
I guess so. It looked pretty good for me. But nonetheless, what a great execution. It was such a good mid-round call, especially with Redco's concuss that was made on towards that A site. There was just no way for Ascari to defend that A site, especially with Shinsei coming in from spawn. So utility usage just 10 out of 10 from the side of LVR. Scan does come in and look at what Crazy Guy has to offer with that Odin. He does a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. He's actually the one that gets damaged the most out of this. But
he gets it back.
What in the world? And that's Redco gone.
My goodness, I mean, he's got absolutely no clue, and even despite that, just blasting through Odin. Probably having a sheepish smile after that.
Definitely.
Now, there are some heavy setups by Dirion onto this A side, and this might prove to be a little bit challenging for Rise to get and clean engagement. So long as he can place these stars correctly, should be able to do the trick.
Blocking vision.
And that will already ensure the rest of the esports come in with a quick rotation as well.
Oh, look at that combination. The Astra alongside the Darion Nanoswarm, just beautiful, pulling him in. Nonetheless, what a hold from the side of Bleed. LVR barely had seen anybody, and somehow they're up. Like, yeah, I don't think they've even seen anybody, and it was a 2v4.
Not at all, and right now with the lockdown in place, there's not a way for Louvre to come in quickly with the recommitals.
Oh my
and QC
goodness.
will take the final member down from Louvre. And this is where Bleed Esports will get themselves the upper hand in the series.
Defenders win.
Wow, what a round to end things off, 13-8. So basically what happened was, in the start of the round, through Garage, Crazy Guy was able to get that Odin spray down through the Nebula, through the door to take down Redco. The rest of the team made their way up towards Long, and with the help of Astra and the Gravity Wall, they were able to pull in Shinsei and use that Nanoswarm to take him out. And then after that, Darion actually gets another kill through the smoke, from heaven. They haven't seen anybody.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
And these guys just feel things true, like it's just another day's work for them, like a scrim, because the way that they've already set up each respective sites, they knew exactly how to execute. And when it comes down to a full take out of Louvre, the way that they responded is to congregate with all members pulling back, and then after that, they will strike accordingly. And this was that specific round that they have had this great cosmic divide. Scary has always been on point with all this utility usage, and we just love to see it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both Bleed, when they are on that offense, it is dangerous. They get the picks off. They use their utility wisely to execute on towards the site. But once they're on the defense as well, they've just got these crazy lineups. Crazy Guy somehow always, he doesn't see anybody, but he gets the kill anyway. Just insane.
One enemy remaining.
Great teamwork here so far from the side of Bleed. But don't count LVR out just yet. I gotta say, they had their plays as well. They had their great uses of the Cosmic Divide. But this time around, the early picks just kept going in the way of Bleed.
Yeah, and next we're going to be moving into Split, which is Louvre's option of choice. Well, when we come down to their execution on their offensives, I would say that Louvre did show a whole lot of strength, despite them having a little bit more difficulty to crack open some of all these plans coming out of either D-Round or even Scary. So with that being said, of course, Bleed have successfully gone in for a majority of the plan, where the executions on their first half looking absolutely sublime.
Yeah, definitely. Just so far the better team. They had some insane aimers, and every time LVR were trying to go for the retake, Bleed was just ready and waiting. A man down, they have no worries. But this is the MVPs here for both these two teams, both the Jets. But the better Jet, of course, has to win here. Juicy, 20 kills, 16 deaths, 275 combat score, 3 first bloods. Not as much compared to Shinsei, who's always been trying to push towards a long, trying to get those aggressive picks, pushing out towards Garage. 6 first bloods, that's a massive amount, and that's the thing. LVR, they're always getting that man advantage, but Bleed always know how to counter, how to react back, even though they're a man down. So overall, experience-wise, Bleed really just has the upper hand.
Yeah, and we're hoping to actually see them having a great reaction onto how they could basically get a cleaner entry onto its following up with Shinsei for the next round. But Juicy definitely was phenomenal in that matchup. We see how many times he have successfully got those hits, especially on that A side where he always comes in for the exchange with Shinsei. And most of the time, like this guy, he will find his angles, and 20k goes to the back of Juicy throughout the round. So with that said, I mean, the entirety of Bleed Esports really show that even though despite them not always having those advantage in terms of numbers, their coordination has always been impeccable when it comes down to retakes, and even when they are going for another offensive take.
Yeah, definitely. I 100% agree with you. They just know how to make things work. Make things work with what they have. You know, they could be a man down. They could not have the utility that they need, but somehow they're able to always come up with these strats. And you can see that the set plays that they have of how to play with each other, with each other's utility. We saw that last round. We had the Nano Swarm with the Astra's Gravity Well. There's concussions and everything. But yeah, that's just the kind of things that we have to watch out for playing with these two top-tier teams, guys. But before that, we're going to go for a quick break before the second game. So we'll see you guys in a bit.
Hi guys, I'm from Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports is the Singapore-based organization. Currently, we are competing in the HKMY region. Last year was a bit unlucky to take an international spot. So this year, we are one of the invited team. We're gonna try our best. My name is Ngô Công Anh. My IGN is Crazy Guy. I'm the in-game leader for Bleed Esports. My role is initiator. Mostly, I will play the information agent. I will help my team to get information, where's the opponent, how they set up, they can find the way to win the round. My first teammate I want to say is Tyler. His IGN is Juicy. He's our duelist and the youngest in the team. Sometimes when you play the game, you will feel like struggle a bit, like you can't win the round. That's the moment you need a teammate to make a play. He will open like 2-3 kills, like he will win the round for us, and we will have momentum again. The second one is Jay. His IGN is JH. He's our like, flex player. Whenever we have a new map or new agent, he will always take that. He's like one of the best supporters in this region. Whenever we need a stun, a flash, or anything, he will always ready to do it for us. Third player will be Derek. His IGN is Darian. He's our Sentinel. Derek is a last player from Bleed roster last year. But this year, he sacrificed his role. He stepped down from the duelist and played Sentinel for us. And he still play very well. Last player will be Pon. His IGN is SK. His role is controller. He's the one who went to almost all the international tournament. He's the most expensive player in this region. Whenever he's still alive in a clutch situation, I know we are gonna win.
Fun fact about Gary, his English is not the best, so sometimes it's very funny to talk to him, but we love it.
And I hope we can win because we are the favor and we practice a lot. Practice like almost every day, like 8 hours.
We are the best and the most hardworking.
Okay guys, be ready. Bleed is coming.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.
Welcome back once again to the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia and Singapore Split 1 2023. My name's Contra. Here alongside with me is FaZe, and well, we see quite the battle between these two giants as the Esports have managed to secure their very first point in the series, and now we're heading over onto Split, and this is Louvre's map pick into the battle, and we really do hope that they will bring us to a full series.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't really seen a lot of this Split coming in. You know, it's just recently patched back in, and this is going to be my first time casting Split once again after it came in. And it's going to be exciting.
Been a while, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty, like, sort of a small, compact map, and it's just a lot of different kind of executions that can be pulled out, and it's super fast-paced. I'm definitely excited to see what these two teams, these two giants, can bring out to this. We saw how they played last game in Haven, and it was just back and forth frags. The trades were there, the executions and the retakes were just phenomenal from both these two teams. So it's really a lot for us viewers and the casters to actually learn from, to apply to our gameplay too.
Exactly, especially with those changes, I wonder how would they actually take advantage of certain areas of play, especially over onto the mid sector where you do get maybe a slight glimpse of angles to work with, and there's a lot more areas where you could tell they could basically lurk around and just opt for certain flanks. And when it comes down to how Louvre has been able to play outside of that match early on, like they have been looking phenomenal on getting those first picks. And I wonder how much more aggressive are these guys going to be playing heading into our round Split. But of course, before that, we'll eventually move our way into that agent select. Whereas Bleed have been on a streak thus far, have not really dropped a single form of series just yet. And I believe that they should be pretty much well adapted into whatever changes that was brought forward into Split. Whereas for Louvre, I wonder if there's going to be some pretty insane setups where we're going to be moving into the Agent Select to find out what will they both be up to. So let's start off with Bleed Esports, where it will be a double controller setup with Scary as well as Dirion hovering onto the Viper as well as the Astra.
Same,
and we've seen
same
them
for LVR as well, huh? Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a mirror matchup in terms of those controllers. It's not confirmed yet. They have not locked those champions, those agents in. And there it is. A breach as well. Double initiators for the side of LVR. Double controllers as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. They don't really have that sentinel to hold off those sites. But hey man, if it works, it works. From the side of Bleed, instead of opting for the classic chamber, the Cypher or the Killjoy, they go for the Sage as well. The Sage instead. This is going to be pretty interesting. They have the opportunity to come in for those flanks if they need to. There's definitely going to be a hole in the defense of one of these two teams on the defender side. But Juicy picking up that raise, super fun to watch. Very explosive. Bleed as a team, and just going to have to see how things go. Jet, Raze, both these two duelists, it doesn't really matter who you choose. As long as you're good, as long as you can hit your shots, you're fine.
Exactly. And overall, I really do like the fact that Crazy Guy is opting to go for Sage. And we've already seen from so many games in the past that when you do have a Sage, you can actually get a clean defense over onto the midsection where you just put up a wall and then you're just having less to worry about. Of course, there will be a little bit more retaliation. So with that being said, with Scary opting to go for something that is a little bit more defensive, gives them an edge, especially when they are on the defender side. And well, it could turn himself into a battle Sage when it comes down to attacking. But Bleed will start on the defense first, as we'll see what will this be, as Louvre needs to find all that 13 points or even more to bring it into our third matchup.
It's definitely going to be exciting here. LVR going to be starting on the attacking side. They are very explosive. They've got Shinsei, the man who always dashes in towards the action, towards the fight, rather than backing out. Reverie as well on that Sky. They can set up a very fun, aggressive gameplay with these two flashers, these two initiators. So that's something Bleed is definitely going to have to be wary about. Mid control now from the side of LVR. Super aggressive. A very early start here in towards this first round.
And that absolutely holds the entirety of Louvre back, where they were just waiting for the smokes to subside, and Shinsei was going to look for the first point attack. We've already got even two members over on top of Haven to actually look forward to it. And Aftershock does clip onto Scary. Shinsei with the first blood, and now he's hitting over onto the corners of ropes to see if he can find another opening.
That's the kind of utility usage that LVR likes to pull off. They get Reverie to use that Hound to find out the position of Escary in towards that mail room, so not mail room, the vents. And the concussion just comes out from Redco. Nice and easy picks. Shinsei dashes in, takes him out, and just perfect utility usage. And that's a massive, massive utility being taken out. Escary, especially as the defending Viper. Wrapping now towards that A site.
Looking at how much space Louvre is currently taking, they're just not leaving any room for Bleed to get in with the clear entries. And Crazy Guy,
my goodness,
just keep providing him a little bit of a hinge of what may come, and we'll find a pick through the smokes, and Maxi gets a double as well.
Maxi and Bryce
down to JH. I mean, what can he do? It's a pistol round. He has to find a way to clutch this off, and there's already 3 weapons pointed at him if he goes into Heaven. 78 HP, and JH doesn't seem like he has a choice.
Definitely. I mean, just a great hold coming in from the side of LVR. They should be able to close things out here. Bryce takes down JH, and that's going to be the first round, keeping 4 members alive from LVR. Super strong start, taking out that mid player, wrapping in towards a Heaven, and just holding it down. Maxi was just able to assist Bryce, who was actually getting pushed, getting overrun by Juicy and the gang in towards Heaven. But yeah, Maxi from A ramp, just easily just shooting heads, covering his teammate with ease.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff coming out of Louvre. Now we see an early Viper wall being put into A. We'll see whether or not will they be able to commit into this site. Sometimes it could be set up as a decoy as well. Whereas the setups remain to be pretty much the same coming out of Bleed. This time around with a little bit more aggression being shown by Bryce. Well, actually, instead, Scary. My bad. Look at the wrong direction anyways. Going back into the current positioning, we're also seeing Juicy pushing out, but he's only got that shorty. And now being spotted out, this isn't going to look all too well. Reverie is confident enough to challenge, and therefore Juicy really has to make his way back. Still trying to cheekily hole onto this A side on close corners, but he may have actually just been blinded out by a bird sending his way.
Oh, look at how aggressive Juicy is. He knows that there are a few players, 3 different players here in front of him, but he's not going to be able to pick him off, especially with that shorty. Just gets taken down with ease from Bryce and the gang. The rest of the team now from Bleed, rotating here towards this A site. All 5 members of LVR ready to execute. Sky's flashes does come out, and there we go. Shinsei going to be coming in with that goes a quick shot here on towards the head of Escary, but it's not going to be enough here as this classic is proving very strong. This is a free gun, and he's making things work. Bryce, he does manage to take him out on towards that side, and they will be able to secure that plant.
10 seconds left.
With the full buy in effect, they don't really have the necessity of weapons to work with, and Virion is going to see where if he could basically remove at least one of them in play. Putting any form of dent of economy will definitely give them an edge moving forward. For Maxi, he's just ever ready to take him on. And despite them actually catching on to Shinsei as well, from last I saw, he hasn't really bought any form of weapon. So therefore, he will be able to at least hold out until on the following round, where he might even be able to wheel an operator by round 4. So for the time being, Bleed Esports goes in for that full buy, of course,
There.
having them saving up most of their weaponry in that previous round. And most of the time we did see, like, when it comes down to those third round instances, right? Or second round, there was a little bit more force buy of stingers and such, and Bleed Esports opting to play it cool and safe, and Shinsei immediately aims for the head, gets that firm entry, and immediately comes in with the aftershock as well. But Crazy Guy was on point.
Definitely, what a shot. Good trade eventually here by Crazy Guys, looking for more. He picks up the second as well. Just instantly shuts down the offense, the aggression from the side of LVR. 2 quick shots, but does he have an idea? Does he clear this angle? Does he spot out the barrel? He does, and he gets the red co as well. That's the spike drop. He's looking for more. 2 players left. Will he go for the ace? So
one more to go.
referee just deleted this Phantom in this Crazy Guy's hand. Makes it look like Odin. It's just so sharp, so strong, so powerful. My goodness.
And what could Bryce do exactly at this form of point?
Pray.
He is opting not to give the ace away, and we're talking about this dude is popping off just like what his name says. He's just 1 orb away from getting his ultimate here, and it's just round 3. Impeccable work coming out of Crazy Guy. And eventually, you take more time. Crazy Guy could even heal up back to 100% as well. Got some snake bites, but not that he could basically clear off this angle. Crazy Guy's just got to lie and wait. 14 seconds on the block, and there we have it. A delayed ace, but ace nonetheless.
Definitely, what a play. This man, Phantom, Vandal, give him what you want. But just those headshots, every single shot has been so precise, so crispy. And he's got the ultimate up here in round number 4, just making it look so easy. I mean, it's just Sage. It's not really the aggressive play. You don't have dashes or flashes to work with. But the way he throws down his slow towards that B main position, it splits up the offense. And it forced Redco to push up towards that box here onto that B site. So it just shows how important utility is. And look at the aggression coming in from Bleed. Beautiful stuff from Bleed. Juicy alongside JH was just able to secure that first frag on towards Bryce, and that's one of the controllers down and dusted already.
Scary gets the heal back up to 100, but he will lose his shields though. They're still prying onto this mid sector where they're holding a Bleed hostage for the time being. Keep their eyeballs up, and it looks like there is a little bit more of the pressure being formed onto the B, but this middle room is being held by Scary. Doing it all alone with a double. And Lou's got to change their plans. There's no way that they're actually getting out of this alive if they were to stake over onto the mid sector. But Reverie trades back, finds Juicy. Trying to get the wallbang out of that. Crazy Guy doesn't really have to opt for a revive. This still looks to be pretty much well secured. Damage being done towards Reverie, and they're still not holding back. It's an all-out trade. Louvre looking like they have nothing to lose, and they will continue to push forward. Scary gets a triple. Only down to Maxi right now. It's hugging him out of the corner of the wall. Gabriel spots him out, and they finally stop this Viper from getting even more. Down to Scary Guy. He should be able to do it. And Dirion nails it back. 2 points each for the time being, and we do expect a lot more back and forth coming in from both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, definitely. What a play there. Great defense coming in from Scary playing those vents. I think it was a bit ambitious from the side of LVR. They didn't smoke off or clear out that vents position before trying to play contact towards mailroom, and they were just Scary was just able to contest without them even noticing, getting those free 2 frags. So bit of a mistake from LVR, but nonetheless, it is LVR. They definitely have some skills here in towards this map. And Shinsei, look how aggressive this guy is. The blades are out, already made his way towards A ramp, but the fact that there are 4 players from the side, oh my goodness, of Bleed just ready and waiting. Read them so well.
Oh my word. Despite the recent nerf onto the Rays, Juicy still making it happen, and this is where they all tunnel into rounds, and the spike is now dropped. More trouble lies ahead for the rest of Louvre, but they will find one more back.
Great flash.
4 though, and
Player standing.
that's where Reverie now down to 6 HP. Let's see how much could he basically dent the economy. There's only one way, and that's forward. Stick by just zoning him off. Thankfully, it does not clip him, so he stands a little longer for the time being, blinding off two. Now another door opens up, but this round will be shut off. Bleed now with the upper hand.
Decent effort coming in from LVR. They were just down to Sheriffs. A bit of a broken buy. Shinsei was able to make their way up towards that A ramp, but Bleed, the way they're holding that A site, especially since Scary is in vent, he's just able to quickly rotate from mid to A ramp with ease. They read them pretty easily here to stack 4 players towards that A site very early on. And this time around, Juicy, I'm pretty sure, is looking to get a pick off here in towards B main.
Yeah, Louvre, despite trying to pry it into the site for multiple times right now, ever since the gun rounds, doesn't seem like they've been able to get that clean access, especially with Crazy Guy on duty to really hold him back alongside with Scary. And then it's just layers and layers of utility that they have to peel through, which is why like they really have to commit into some of all these small skirmishes before they can basically get any form of a clean access. And then as much as it's being depleted now, he's going to get that access into ropes. Where not could he find Scary is another question. He'll be able to hold into this mid-sector for a longer time. Meanwhile, the rest of Bleed having 2 members playing a very defensive angle outside of B. Redco and the rest will find their way into the heaven side of A. And with all the smoke set up, there's not a way that they can basically walk forward, and that's where Bleed will really be waiting for the rest to join into the party. So Louvre will get a clean plan down in return.
Spike planted.
Spike has been down, and now it's a 5 versus 5 retake. The Viper's Pit has been deployed here from Bryce. So this is going to be a little bit more difficult, but if Bleed can just swarm that site with the amount of manpower that they have, they can make things work. Shinsei does find Darion towards spawn, and look at Juicy just jumping in towards that site, not going to be able to pop off with the showstopper. That's going to be a save, I think, here from the side of Bleed, but they do manage to take down one. If they can find one more, they could be in the difference, but oh, there we go. Great hold from LVR. It's all Crazy Guy left. He's got 9 bullets in his clip. Nothing else to do. He's just got to make this, try to not die here towards the enemy. But Maxi does close things out. He gets that free orb as well. That is tough.
Really, really tough. And that was that awkward situation onto ropes as well. Just having denied vision by just the corner of the wall. And it was a little bit unlucky for Bleed to lose one member just like that. But the retakes attempt was looking to be quite the effort for them, especially with so much being committed very early on. As for Louvre, first, they got that successful plan and just having that entire sector of zone control. Juicy once again with the first blood. Will be looking for that boost up the walls. Be able to find a head. Lee putting down one member of Louvre to sleep. Now 3v5 and team down once again.
Bleed just winning out all these first contact shots towards middle, towards B main, towards A, and 3 players instantly from the side of LVR just did not have a chance to fight back. Juicy with that first early pick to actually take down the B main player. Just unfortunate. It just completely just shuts down the offense of LVR. Unfortunate.
This is a strength that we talked about before we even get into the map itself, where it's going to be so difficult for Louvre to really peel off all these defensive setups coming from both the Astra as well as the Sage, and not forgetting Scary that has so much impact through the match. The Aftershock there that did clip onto Redco.
30 seconds
Orbs
left.
being put over onto the mailbox, and that absolutely denies them any form of access, knowing for the fact that there is still so many members looking around the B sector.
Well, they're going for the save. Just taking it take this time to talk about what to do for the next round. Probably not peek towards
10
either
seconds
of these
left.
openings. Darion has an idea, but I don't know if he's going to go investigating here. Just going to hold it down, but nonetheless, LVR with a rough start here in round number 7.
But they've been keeping up pretty all right. If anything, like they still keep it really competitive
to me. I'll rough them
when it comes down to matching up to the tempo of Bleed's play style. But those were mostly early rounds that they've managed to capitalize against Bleed Esports. They've saved up enough economy for them to still afford full buys for the entirety of their members. And this time around, Louvre still not opting to actually switch their game plan, where most of the time they can put a little bit more of that pressure up to mid, and then only they will decide whether or not to rotate on to A. And most often than not, that was mostly the A side that was in their decision. So it's a little bit more of a quiet showing from both sides. As Rise heard the orb being taken, Scary commits with the Viper's Pit. This is where it puts in a couple of snake bites and won't be able to find the member of Bleed. He's slowly decaying though. This is going to be a risky play coming out of Rise.
Yeah, while all this is happening here, you can see towards middle. LVR has already taken that middle control and looks like they're going to get aggressive here from this side of Bleed. They get the Rolling Thunder out and they're able to take down one. Crazy Guy. A great shot there on towards Shinsei.
Here.
Crazy Guy holding this alongside with Juicy. Whereas Redco is currently stuck over wall waiting for this Aftershock to come back online. He does see a little bit of a window of opportunity to push and shove onto Robes.
30 seconds left.
But the timing is impeccable coming in from Crazy Guy as he will slowly peel backwards. Very well being committed, and the rest of Louvre looking for that full flush over onto this V Heaven, and this is where the blind clips in. Then that will still be an exchange coming from Juicy to get that double as well. Spike now down below, and Redco wouldn't even be able to find Juicy. A flawless round in hand for Bleed Esports.
Definitely, and while all that was happening, Scary was actually able to take down Bryce on the other side of the map. Just unfortunate there, but it's such a great hold. You saw LVR early on throughout the round. They managed to take that vents control, that ropes control, but from spawn, we saw JH using his Rolling Thunder to clear out mid. That's where Crazy Guy was able to come on top and take down Shinsei. And that was the first time we saw LVR trying to make their way towards that B Heaven position. But the way Juicy played it was just so perfect. Let them run in towards your crosshair. You had a bit of assistance from JH with his flash to make things a bit more chaotic. But Juicy just able to hold things down from rafters, taking down those two players. And Durian was able to shut down Redco as well. So it's unfortunate here because even when LVR takes the map control towards ropes or towards a main, wherever, there's always a setup where Bleed has to counter it, to take it back, especially with the flashes and the concussion of JH on that breach. So very great utility usage to hold things out and sort of win out this first half so far, 5-3.
Yeah. Just having so much tenacity being offered here by Bleed Esports. It doesn't seem like Louvre could get through the halfway point, which is why they needed a timeout to get things in check, especially now with Bleed Esports having two ultimates available. Crazy Guy never needed to even revive anybody throughout the past 9 rounds. And for now, Bleed Esports doesn't really have to change their game plan so long as it works. Shinsei immediately goes back into this A rotation. Keep in mind, this time, JH has already got himself up and ready onto the side. Same goes to Scary as well. I just start to wonder.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect timing there. Being able to spot out as Scary. But Bleed is ready for this, and they have put in a couple of more players here. Juicy in towards spawn, but oh, through the smoke. Able to take down Shinsei. 3 versus 3 now, but LVR, they've got the weapons disadvantage. Cosmic Divide going to be coming up here towards spawn, and the revive as well. For the first time, Crazy Guy gets to use it instantly. As Scary gets taken down. 1 versus 3. They're going to be able to spot down where that... Oh, last remaining player was, but okay. A little bit off with that angle from Juicy, but they managed to make things work. They trade each other out, and that's 6-3 for the side of Bleed.
And Louvre actually made it really costly, right? The way that they've been able to get a fermentary and from that point onwards, just the timings didn't work in favor of Bleed Esports, and having the Viper to eventually be picked out, they get a little bit more of a firm grasp onto the side. But the only problem was that you still got Crazy Guys to make things even, and despite the revive not bringing in as much of these form of chances for Juicy to even have any action, but they allowed the trades to happen, and therefore that was actually good enough for them. So with that, 3 points of deficit that Louvre really has to chase back, and it might actually surmount to more, but now that they're going on for these full buys, they're starting to get a better idea of how Bleed executes round after round. It just keeps getting better.
It does, but this time around, they allow mid to be taken. They've got full control now. LVR, they've got ropes. Soon they're going to be making their way in towards Vents, but I'm not sure whether or not Bleed has a bit of an idea. 3 players from Bleed already pushing up towards A main. Crazy Guy has this massive wall, this crazy hold on towards this B heaven position. We don't really see this that often, but it looks like LVR, they're trying to turn things around. Look at how much information Bleed has already taken. They're making their way in towards sewers, making their way in towards defender spawn at this point.
Oh boy.
I'm not sure if they're going to expect a very quick rotations, this quick flank from 3 players. Nonetheless, LVR going to be making their way now in towards this B site. Shinsei trying to find an opening, but there's just no one to welcome them.
And just Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy just gets them through the smoke yet again. And they understood that they're pushing from heaven, and they absolutely give way to them not being clipped by the Rolling Thunder. And Scary finally arrives to the scene. Into the garages is where they are all being funneled into the site. And Darion couldn't get great going time.
Oh, that's a great round there. Utility usage, the flank. Bleed just were 1 step ahead at all times of that round. They had the early rotation, the early flank to take down Maxi, who was ready to set up the utilities on that B site. Yes, 1 would have been an issue, but the fact that they had 2, Scary and JH, just ready to come in for that flank is just too much to handle. Darion alongside Crazy Guy to hold spawn through the smoke, just getting easy frags here and there. It just proved it too difficult there for LVR to do anything. And Bleed just slowly running away with things.
Yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous on their read. Now they are just hoping to go in for a direct infiltrate. Shinsei will be covered in shrouds and will be able to get Juicy in the nick of time. It's a double, whereas just Scary comes in to supplement him on the engagements. My goodness, a flawless round, coming in, and Bleed just shows their dominance in split, having such a great understanding on how to play this out.
The fact that this is LVR's map pick is stunning. Bleed just looks like they've practiced this map in scrims for sure, making it look so easy, just having the right read. Insane stuff here from Bleed. Their game sense, the way they adapt to the offense of LVR, the way they get those early picks off, just makes it look so easy. Aggression now from Juicy. Clears out A main. Couple of players towards middle, just trying to take that mid control, but it's just not working out every single time they try this. They get that free control over mid, but trying to execute their way on towards side, there's just always a tough task here up against the likes of Bleed.
But there's nobody guarding onto ropes, and this is where Shinsei finds that open window for him to cut across the corners. But keep in mind, though, it's really down to the battle between Juicy as well as Bryce, where he's lurking around, and that is being absolutely read. And same goes to Shinsei, with the snake bite actually clipping onto him. And this is where Scary will just seek him now. There's nowhere to hide for Louvre for the time being. And now their hands are being forced to move directly onto the B side. One after another, they falter, but referee at least gets one in return. 3 versus 4 is still very much doable for the rest of Louvre, but Tyrion held the angle long enough. Referee as well as Maxi snaps it right back.
Perfect timing.
Now they really turn over the odds. Scary still making it difficult.
Definitely Scary gets that shot off here to turn it into a 2v2. Spike will be planted here, but look at Juicy just gonna go ham on towards that side. Misses the first few shorty shots. Redco has given away his information, but here we go. The Viper Spit gonna be coming out from S. Scary gets the perfect rotation towards the back of sight. Does he expect one more to be from that position? He has an idea. Does he spot away? He spots out the gun barrel. Yes, he does. And that 1v2 in the hands of Bleed Scary, making it look so easy, saying peekaboo. How are you inside that Viper's pit?
My word, Scary just outplaying them once again.
He's just so aware of where these LVR can be.
Yeah, and on top of that, you saw how they've been able to finally crack open into side. And despite them not really having that advantage as first, Louvre pulled off everything that was possible in their books in order to get that plan up. And then you give Scary a little bit of spacing to work with. You saw exactly what he did. He utilized the Viper's Pit just in the nick of time. Of course, that being the final round as well. And he played that out to perfection. This time, Louvre will have to pull off a perfect defense in order to force an overtime or perhaps get their way back up. But that's gonna be a lot of work for them to do to even get to the point where Bleed is now currently leading with at least a 5, well, make it a 6-point deficit for the time being. So, for the time being, 2 frenzies in the books for Louvre in the hands of Reverie as well as Maxi.
Definitely just super slow play from the side of both these two teams. Trying to cross, making their way towards that sewer position. The Hound from Sky has been pushed out. Got the information that A main is clear, so I don't think they're gonna expect all these players coming in towards A. Shinsei did manage to take down Crazy Guy towards middle, so that's gonna be a good start. They do spot out Redco, who's playing in towards that elbow position. Gets taken down to so little HP, 45 HP, trying to do his best here with what he has. But Scary just being able to pick up those frags with the Ghost. One more here for him, looking for the 4K, but it's not going to be able to close things out. 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1 now here.
Still really dire attempt coming out, and then really down to Maxi as the plan goes off. Juicy's only at 22 HP, and he's wrapping around the corners of the elbow. Maxi should be able to spot this one out, but not flip enough. Juicy lands it.
He was ready. My word. He heard the drop, but he had the information, but the fact that he was ready for that shot was just insane. 16 frags here on this man. 15 on a Scary. Just a full-on rampage from these two players. Darion and JH, they're chilling. They're assisting the team. 11 assists, 7 on Darion. No problem at all. And Bleed call a timeout here to just slow things down, I guess.
Yeah, they really gotta think about this round because, like, if you don't, whether if you want to force it, and if you do lose that force buy, Bleed's just gonna trample upon this entirety of the matchup already, having the, of course, not worry about economy heading into the second half. But the trades were looking great in favor of Louvre on how they've been able to respond into this A push. Now, this is where it really does concern them. How exactly do they want to ensure that their sites aren't as easily breached as it was back in the first round of the half? Now, Whether or not will there be a buy, we'll have to wait and see coming from Louvre. And I think it's a little bit too much of a risk to take, but Lee's having the hand cannons up online will give them perhaps a fighting chance.
Yeah.
Look at how sharp some of them have been. I should say instead of opting for a Sheriff is decided to exchange it for a Marshal. To look for those long-range trades, and they will be having the rest of Lee elongating onto A. And once again, Juicy's running in.
Super tough here to hold this off, especially since it's so late in towards this game. Bleed trying to look to pick up that 11th round, and LVR is down just with those Sheriffs. A couple of players even with classics and a single Marshal in their hands. Just super tough to find an opening. If they can keep together, if they can use the numbers to take down Escary with this Bulldog, then there is a possibility. But look at the angle that he's holding. Super chill, and they have an idea. They know he's out here somewhere. Really want to clear things out, but Durion is here. They set up a crossfire, and they're just getting mowed down here from the Bleed Assassins. Insane.
He's an absolute god, just having the third eye to read that. Louvre will do exactly just that. Durion was hiding way further back, nearer towards the spawn, just to, of course, give them a little bit of a surprise of their own.
Definitely. I mean, they were so ready for that. Escary was stuck in a sticky situation. But, you know, since Darion is on that Astra, he doesn't really need to be up close and personal. He can stay in spawn even. And that's what he did. He was just ready to assist that crossfire take place. Nice and easy pickings here for Bleed. And really just reading LVR like a book.
Juicy instantly blast packs his way over the top. Needing to deal with the sky. He blinded ever so slightly. Preemptively checks all these corners of the box, and he does get the headshot onto Referee. And now Crazy Guy is having a couple of clips of his own, but the rest of Bleed will be able to stop this with enough. Okay.
Crazy Guy, no!
No! Okay, he's still surviving, and thankfully Juicy comes through the wall. Well, this is where things really take a toll on towards the rest of Louvre, only having Maxis to rely on. The final Phantom in the bag. And even if he saves this round, it's not a guarantee that they could pull off a massive comeback. They won't get that pre-planned, and there's not much that Maxi can do about it. 1 versus 4. Let's see if he can clutch.
Uh-oh. Durion from behind. Spots out the gun barrel, takes them out. Just shuts down LVR. But what a round that was. Juicy just jumping in towards A ramp. He managed to get a single frag, and it was just a full-on battle towards that A site. We even saw Juicy get the shot off in towards a person through the wall. Just really solidifying their dominance here. 12-3, not exactly how we expected this matchup to go.
I wasn't really expecting them to really put on the showing, especially when you compare it back into our first map, where even Louvre stood pretty much with a good chance. Now Juicy's gonna emulate what he did before, sending out a boombot. Will instantly be cleared from the corner of ropes. Now, T-Man holding on to ropes this time will not give them that much of an easy chance to get these picks going for them, but looking at how Crazy Guy has been able to handle this situation, they can easily wall this one up. Main's now sent into the bottom layer of ropes, and just like that, once again, denied any form of vision control for the rest of Loop, and that's where Scary Guy continues with a double.
Crazy Guy is just insane. As a Sage picking up those 3 frags with ease. Full on aggression. It's Maxi once again. You can't do much, and Durion again going for that flank. I'm not sure if he's gonna notice this, but he does manage to get 3 kills. 4K now, but it's going to be over as Darion comes in from spawn to close things out. 13-3, Bleed with ease. A quick 2-0 series to start this day off.
2 rounds back to back, just like that. And now, first, it just goes to show that Bleed is just firmly holding onto that throne at the top of the table. and not losing any form of rounds in particular against Louvre just shows how good this team is. And it's not just about the utility usage in this entirety of the battle. We saw in the first half, Louvre barely even crack open their defenses most of the time. There was only multiple instances where they did get the plan down, especially maybe on those early pistol rounds. And after that, the struggle was real, where you saw that mid section was absolutely gated off for most part. And when they do find those windows, that's where you see very clean ideas coming out of Bleed Esports, how to handle the post plan itself. Yeah. Whereas on the second half, everything was just readings coming out of Bleed Esports. Like, I don't know what they had or how they actually planned things out, but it was just absolutely clean.
Yeah, they had
leaving nothing chance.
Psychic vision. They were able to get those early picks off on the defender side, but when it got to the attacking side, they were very aggressive. They were able to hit their shots when it mattered. And well, LVR had no idea how to really counter out Bleed. On the left, these are the highlights. It was looking pretty good here at the start. LVR, they were able to win out the pistol, the second round after that. But once the weapons started to come out in the hands of Bleed, in the hands of Crazy Guy, Juicy, Scary, it is just a formidable force to be reckoned with. They're just hitting these shots, getting those early picks, and always running away with it.
Yeah. And I believe that Scary Guy a Crazy Guy as well as Scary, these two have been the absolute backbone of the team for both halves itself, for sure. It does supplement Juicy to be able to get those clean entries along. And down to the final round, Maxi was being pinned into the same sort of situation that they had on round 15. And once again, the backstab to nail the final point. And that's where we take a look at all these excessive points and all these insane stats that Bleed Esports is gathering throughout their course of the round. Like, on the offense, they've been able to get every single plan down.
Yeah, definitely. 13-3. A very convincing scoreline, showing exactly why Bleed was one of the teams that was invited into this MYSG Challengers. Very, very easy. Juicy there with a massive first game. I think overall, the fact that the Juicy, Crazy Guy, Scary, I think they just Bleed as a team. They were able to use their utilities so wisely to counter the defense and the offense of LVR. 6 first bloods there from this man with 19 frags. But, you know, just below him, we've got Scary with 18, Crazy Guy with 14. You know, insane stuff, the way they work together.
Yeah, and like we saw how exactly he manages all these first picks, especially on the defense itself. He was just hard holding on to the entry points of both sides in, of course, different round orders, and always having either JH or even Scary to cover up in order to make things work. It has been working out for him. The only a couple of times that we see Juicy really go down was with him carrying that shorty on what second round. That's just about it. And after that, it's just a walk in the park for this man himself. And despite, you know, some slight adjustments onto Raze's kit itself on the recent patch, like, this man even finds the kill on that boom bot despite having 5 seconds shorter.
Somehow, man. But this is the man himself. 2.6 KDA, 19 frags, 315 ACS, and a 23.2 headshot. This guy, we've seen him take those first encounters towards B main as a defender, always being able to take down any of the LVR players trying to go for that peak, trying to get aggressive, just shut down instantly. And that's the beauty of Bleed Esports on their defense. They're able to get those early picks, fall back, and let LVR deal with that 3v5 or 4v5 disadvantage. While when they're on the attack, it's just a full-on Bleed train. You know, the utilities come in. He jumps in towards A ramp every single time, and is always able to pick up at least 1 or 2 frags before the team actually executes towards that A site. So massive props to Bleed, and they just show exactly why they deserve to be there, and they're definitely there to play. And now I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are 4 wins and 1 losses in the standings at this very moment. They only lost to Enigma.
Yeah, and like when we saw how exactly they played all of this out, like, it just goes to show that they just have a greater understanding on how to basically play out each respective map. And of course, that's all thanks to their whole management staff to also supplement on their performance as well. So with that being said, this series is over with Bleed Esports taking the victory 2-0 against Louvre. And we'll be coming back shortly for another great series. So we'll catch you guys soon.
destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh my god! So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.
You're currently watching the VALORANT Challenges Malaysia and Singapore Split 1 2023. My name's Contra. Here with me is FaZe, and we've got a blast casting the past matchup where Bleed managed to take 2-0 against Louvre, and now we're moving forward to our next series, and will involve both Todak versus Kizuna Esports.
Yes, sir. These two teams have been pretty fun to watch. You know, they're very explosive and super sharp here in this tournament so far. They haven't really had a lot of games to really play out. So this is going to be interesting to really watch. Todak, they've been very explosive, especially with Frosties being on that duelist. When he plays the Neon or the Raze, you know, he's always crazy, always trying to find a way in towards somehow the defender spawn. You know, all of a sudden, as it's crazy. So we'll see how things go. They've got a new coach, and I think he's doing some pretty great changes.
Yeah, and when we take a look at Todak's side as well, a lot of people have been talking about Frosties being the first line of defense, and every single time when he goes in for his role as a duelist, he always plays hyper aggressively. We see him, majority of all these duelists throughout the course of the VALORANT Challenges have been utilizing Jet. And now let's take a look at the standings before we elaborate even further onto some of the teams out there. Enigma is currently tied with Bleed Esports with a total of 5 games to be played out. Both sides having 4 wins and the loss record, whereas Louvre, X10 are also tied in technically for second, third, or you can say third, fourth in that instance, and Todak needing to find a win in order to be able to equalize upon X10 as well as Louvre. Whereas Kizuna, we've seen so much of possibilities coming from a team where they really took them out with a lot of effort, and there are times where, you know, they give on this 3-game series where it didn't. Eventually they gassed out. We're really hoping to see that Kizuna can really step up the plate, especially against Todak here. And back to Todak's side of the story, we've seen as of recent, like, Jeet is just absolutely popping off, and I hope that we get to see those moments of brilliance once again from that spectacular player. Yeah,
definitely. Todak 2-2 here. I think they've got a pretty decent spot, but if they're able to win this one out, I think they should be able to really solidify their spot in the top 6. As we're like in the last few weeks here of VALORANT Challengers MRSG, and every single game matters at this point. You have to try to win as many as you can. Remember, if you just tuned in, if you're not sure how this format really works, it's a round robin. Everybody gets to fight each other once, and if you are in the top 6, you get to move on to the playoffs, and that's when the real challenge begins. The playoffs is when these teams fight up against each other for the prize pool of 25,000 USD. That ain't a small sum of money.
That's a lot of money, and there's even more to offer as they are finding their journey into APAC, and that's still, you know, many weeks up ahead, because they gotta see who actually makes it to the top 6 of the VALORANT Challengers MYSG. So without further ado, let's present to you our players that will be playing today from both Todak as well as Kizuna Esports. I believe we'll start off with Todak first, and we'll definitely want to see whether if or not they're going to be using any form of substitute, which most of the case they're usually sticking with 5, which most likely not.
Yeah, definitely. Todak, they've been playing so well. They've been aggressive. When we see them go on towards Fracture, they are just full on crazy frenzy kind of aggression kind of mode, and it's super fun to watch. So I'm not sure whether or not they will be playing Fracture today, but maybe it might just be banned from the opposing team. But this is the lineup right here, the main lineup: Aduka, Frosties, Jeet, Kale, and Sube. It's been pretty strong. Frosty Z and Kale, probably one of the newer members that are coming in here. Aduka from the side, recently he's just joined back to become their duelist / sentinel player, and they've just been going all out. Each of these individual players have their skill, has the experience here as a player to really go all the way here in any series against any single team. But so far, Jeed has been probably one of my go-to players, even though he's not really a duelist. He doesn't make those fancy plays like Frosty's, but when they need him, he's there.
Yeah, he is always coming in with some really huge clutch factor of plays, especially I love seeing him on, most often than not, Fade, as he's played that agent for a couple of times. So I wonder when it comes down to these upcoming maps, are they going to be switching some of the dynamics? Because there's been so many of all these previous matches where they usually stick to the same form of agents in the front line, usually a Jet for Frosties. He just looks unstoppable on it until, you know, he's being met with other players like Juicy and such. But this time they'll be facing off against Kizuna Esports, where we see, of course, players being filled today, where we have DXN, Flaring, Kimi, Riza, as well as Shun. And Riza so far has always been having this solid, consistent form, and I just love what I do see coming in for Flaring as well as Shun as well. The way that they've been able to work in tandem has become a force to be reckoned with. Though, despite them, you know, dropping a couple of rounds and not really having, you know, the cleanness of the best of 3 records, I want to see them really step up, because we see so much potential out of the team where they even took lead on a close series, and I really want to see whether or not is this finally going to be another of series win for the rest of Kizuna.
It's a possibility. I mean, the fact that they are 1-3, it's a bit tough, but at the same time, the team that they actually faced in the first 3 games to lose to was Bleed, LVR, X10. These are super big teams. You know, we saw how the way Bleed played. It's
they're going from the top of the ladder to the lower.
Yeah, so now they're making their way through the lower part of the standings, and just the fact that they were able to take they were able to go 2-1 against X10 and LVR. They have a fighting chance here, you know, to stay in these standings. And these are the 2 players that we'd like to highlight to you guys. Both, if I'm not mistaken, the initiators here. Jeed, just super consistent when it comes to those clutches. 33.6% headshot, just insane reaction time. And average kills here throughout the tournament, 16.6. That is spectacular.
Pretty little stuff coming out of G, but Riza's stats are also pretty close to what Jade has to offer, where you're looking at an ACS of 206, as well as high kill averages where, you know, when you're not exactly a duelist, these are very, very healthy numbers. And then you did see a couple of matches back where Riza have been able to really pull those important rounds back for the team. And this is what we expect out of these 2 players, and hoping to see even more coming out of what Kizuna brings against Todak. So now when we're moving into the map selection, you know, I really want to talk about a couple of things. We've already seen Split. We have not seen Lotus. And I feel like now it is available on the map pool whether or not if either side of the party are going to be interested in securing a little bit more of a round to experience in competitive when it comes down to this specific map.
It's a possibility. You know, Lotus is available. Maybe one of these 2 teams would like to choose it as a wild card. We'll see if they choose it. Todak is going to be selecting their map pick here first. I'm pretty sure they're comfortable with Fracture. I wouldn't be surprised if they choose it. However, we're taking a little bit more time to think about this one, I guess.
Yeah, well, this is where Todak opts to open up with Lotus. There we go. A show of confidence coming in from the veteran team, and this is where we're going to be looking at Kizuna selecting for something that's a lot more familiar. Ascent will be the playground for our second matchup, and then, of course, the rest of the map will be banned out. But as for Decider, I wonder where would they be actually playing on? If you really want to consider Lotus, is kind of like, how do you really want to put it? Like a shortened up version of Haven, and like, I think it's just unique by its own, especially when you have those revolving doors that you could just cut across each slide. So it will be pretty interesting to see which type of agents will be well suited for either side of the party.
Ooh, Haven is going to be the decider map here. So we're going to have 2 maps with 3 sites for this best of 3. KZ picking up that Ascent, I think, is a really good choice here for them. It was available. Todak left it open. I'm surprised Todak did not choose Fracture. But they decided to opt for Lotus instead. They had a pretty strong Fracture, but we'll see whether or not they have a even stronger Lotus. You know?
And I can already see the ideation. I mean, you look at how aggressive Todak plays, right? Like, Lotus is such a map where in each respective side, even as a defender, you could even push out to even challenge anyone's on the attacking side.
Agreed.
So I'm hoping to see them really throw curveballs with some really huge flanks in play. And then first overwhelm Kizuna if ever the case. Now, I wonder how prepared is Kizuna because they allowed this map pick to go through, meaning to say that, hey, we're ready to take them on as well if they really want to pick us onto this brand new map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm sure both these 2 teams, they've had their practice, their scrims on Lotus itself, but we're just not sure how they're going to be able to play it because this is our first time watching a Lotus. This is our first time casting it. I'm super excited to learn from what they have to offer, you know, what kind of agents they bring in, what sort of strats they've got, you know, because I know there's a lot of opportunities for the defender to really get aggressive, to really push out and get those early picks on, especially towards that B site.
Exactly. So with that being said, now it's time for us to have a fresh look into the type of agents that they're going to be bringing forward. And there's so many options, especially for Sentinels, where if you really want a Cypher to hold out. And then you have Killjoy. I've been seeing clips on TikTok where, you know, you put that bot over onto the revolving door and he can
he can walk it.
You can walk it, you can push it, but of course we're not expecting any of that to go out in competitive play. But all in all, like when you do have huge area effect, Ultimate's like a lockdown or even the aftershock. So Breach is pretty much super viable, and most often than not, all the teams involved are very well versed into how to execute when it comes down to having this type of plays. So with that in mind, like even agents that were least favorite, like Harbor, comes in with, you know, a slight chance of being selected by either side.
That's true. It's a new map. Maybe the new agent comes out as well. But I remember I was watching VCT lock-in. Paper Rex was fighting up against C9, and Paper Rex actually chose Lotus as the map pick. It was fun to see both teams fight it out. It was super aggressive. The Chamber came out. You know, Forsaken, that's what Forsaken chose. He picked the Chamber. He got aggressive. He got those early picks on. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if either of these teams decide to follow sort of the same format as they brought in from Brazil.
Yeah, I really want to see if they could also concoct their own ideas into how they want to play this out, because you can get so creative inside of Lotus where the options are endless. Or if you really want to even bring in the Yoru, imagine how you could easily cut from side A into side B if you really want to like set up some of all these teleportations into a far corner for a flank. Now, with that all into consideration, I feel like for Todak, they would also stick to the usual, or whether if they want a double duelist, it's up to them, because this map allows plenty of those opportunities. And mind you, when I mentioned double duelist, it's Neon as well as a Yoru that is being hovered by Kizuna, and a Chamber is up online this time as DXN goes in for the lock-in.
Yeah, definitely. This is very interesting to see, because usually it's mostly a mirror matchup. Maybe they change up the controllers, maybe they change up the duelists. But this time around, it's such a variety of agents. You know, in terms of the Sentinels, they've got a Killjoy on Todak, a Cypher on this side of Kizuna. They've got the Chamber. They've got the double Sentinels basically set up here in Kizuna, and it's mind-blowing. But I don't think it's a bad idea, because it is a map with 3 sites.
Exactly, and it is going to be very fast-paced, where they really have to ensure that every corner is left checked, available, and now we're about to begin our very first round. So what sort of expectation do you have for either side of the party? Because when it comes down to Kizuna, it's relatively straightforward that they really want to put in a lot more aggro to overwhelm the rest of Todak, whereas for Todak, they're still sticking to
at least one duelist, and then you have the rest of them to
It-
follow up. But I do like that both sides have the priority on Sky.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see Kizuna, they're really focusing on a bit more of a defense-heavy setup, especially with the double sentinels. On the side of Todak, we saw that single duelist, we saw double initiators, so we're going to see a lot of Frosties just flying in, jumping in like a maniac, trying to get those first picks off. This time around, Jeed going to be playing on the controller role with Astra, so a lot of different sort of little what do you call it, advantages you have as Astra, especially when it comes to delaying the defuse.
All right, absolutely right. I got to correct myself where Shun opted to switch out the Yoru for, a more reliable flash.
Of course, we take those. Teasing us,
case.
man, with that Yoru pick.
Yeah, well, I actually love to see him on board. I think like this is where he does thrive, as we're already looking at some smoke setups onto A. Now, the Ascent going to be joining the fray was he's the only one holding on to C, whereas the rest of Todak are charging their way directly into B, but was overwhelmed. G will eventually get the first pick against Ryza. And it's just a bloodbath going on with solo angles to work with Frosties. Couldn't really land those clips, and Kimmy will falter.
G. It's always him, man. The one to be able to really close things out, to be consistent enough to shut down the opposing team with those pistols. 4K here for him. It's a little bit away from his ultimate, and that's definitely going to be a massive, massive deal here. But what a rush, what an aggression on towards that B side. Just super difficult for Kizuna to answer back, honestly.
And there is just that huge explosiveness being displayed by Todak. Now they will expect them to switch over to the other side, and they were already having Kimmy being clipped out by the aftershock. He will be able to slide through the corner of the wall, so it doesn't matter as much.
Good shot.
Kimmy instantly goes in for the tag. Todak did trade back too. And now the duelist is down. Todak opting to go in for a hefty rotation as they're eyeing their way in to see, whereas they've already got a Duca leading the fray.
Yeah, good start to this round here. Trading that 2-for-1. A decent effort from the side of Kizuna. Kimi was able to push up towards Rubble, but just not able to pick up that second frag. Nonetheless, now you see making their way in towards that C site. Easy open plants. And just instantly falling back here towards Mound.
It's going to take a while before they could find a way to open up this full defensive setup coming out of Kizuna to hold this plant. Spot up at the boom bot already, Kizuna.
It's a good position, a good planting spot here for Todak, because with the fact that Sube is still available, he can use his Aftershock to deny anyone trying to go in for the diffuser. They've got that Astra Star as well ready, but Todak, Kyle comes in big with the double spray down. Nice and easy, instantly falling back. DXN gonna try to get at least one frag here, but Sube shuts him down. 2-0 here. Todak looking pretty strong, but we'll see how they can bring it back here. Especially since they're going on the bonus round now.
Pretty clean execution, I would say, coming out of Todak. And like you said, that plan leaves them with solo angles to actually watch, and that leaves them exposed, where you also have to consider how many of their members are playing outside of that C main. Now, Todak opts to rinse and repeat the same process as they will try to have this tug of war over onto A. See who would get the further split this time around. Quick aftershocks comes in. Kimmy won't get to push out as he please. Frosty with a catch, and Flaring does get it back. Frosty now going for a double as well. But Kizuna doing a little bit better this time around. Landing onto 2, making it pretty even. Frosty only has 36 health though.
Great shots here from both these two teams. Trying to take control of A main. We see Kimmy always, every single round, pushing up towards the rubble, but it just does not work out for him. Gets caught off guard. Frosty's with a massive updraft towards the top of rubble. He's able to get those easy angles towards those two players getting aggressive. Nonetheless, now as two players are taken out for both these two teams, we'll see whether or not they can play that contact on towards that A site. They have Riza just around the corner, ready and waiting. If he decides to peek out, Frosties is going to be ready here.
Oh, feels like he does know this.
Here.
So it's really boiling down to
Oh, the crossfire.
The timing.
Perfect play from Kizuna. As soon as Shun gets contact, Riza peeks out and gets the rest of the kills. So beautiful 1-2 setup there from Kizuna to hold things down towards that A site.
Shun just did it all too well. After having that first contact, the swing coming in from Riza allowed them to just secure it around and finally bringing this point back. Kizuna
This goes here.
depletes him from getting
This is
more
nice
creds in the
that
bank,
goes there.
whereas Todak might have actually switched things up. I've already tried the B full frontal engagement, and that was really boiling down to just inches of who gets the better shots. Now, Todak holding back ever so slightly, but eventually having Riza to spot this jet up in the air. Frosty's now stuck by the corner, but he doesn't have a flash to get Frosty's first blood. And Kimi comes back, trading for blood. And Todak just going on a rampage where Kimi is going for the chase.
Oh my God.
We'll stop him on his tracks. Todak now leaving only Aduka standing in the way. But the spike is already down. And this is a difficult angle for him to find the Ascent.
Definitely super passive from the side of Kizuna, allowing Aduka to pick up that spike. Aduka now going to be making his way towards C. He should be able to get the spike down, but can he hold off this 1v2? That is the real question. Nano Swarm is available, so he can definitely hold things down here. But to find those 1v1s, to get that initial frag, to turn it into that 1 versus 1 is going to be difficult. Gets the sound cue. He knows exactly where these two players are coming from.
This is where they will draw first blood, but it won't have enough left in the tank in order to stop the Ascent. It's both working in tandem to ensure that Kizuna stays afloat, and now they draw it 2 points apiece. Kizuna just having a better hold over onto the A side, have found all this essential pickings, and down to that duel between Kimi as well as Frosty's were, even though insane. Frosty's bested him. And in that instance, we see at least great fallback plans coming from Kizuna to still find Frosty by the end of it all. Now forcing Todak to go on an eco, and Flaring could easily find a flank with his ultimate being left available. Kimi still playing very aggressively here as he's opting to push out
what a shot.
This.
Oh, what?
My goodness.
Okay, Flaring gets the shot there running on Frosties. He's going to be a little bit mad about that, but that's a 3v3. The numbers are all even here. They force a rotation here from the side of Kizuna to kind of solidify this A site. Very dangerous, super scary there.
Yeah. It's going to prove to be pretty difficult, especially if they want to attempt another B run. There's a trap wire. In fact, two! Doesn't matter. I mean, Aduka's not even going to step on it. Now with the neural tap, they'll be able to read exactly where Todak's at. Despite this being an economical round.
Oh, this angle. What a beautiful angle. Jeed super ready for that, though. He's got the sheriff, the scout in his hands here. Riza will be able to get that one tap here on towards him, but is Jeed aware? He is. What in the world? I'm telling you, man, this guy is a clutch meister. 1 versus 1 now.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds here on the clock. It's a good read by Riza to actually rotate towards his A site. I'm not sure if Jeed will expect this.
He's only got 22 seconds to get this plan down as well.
Oh,
Pressure is on,
Riza.
but I believe he's going to go in for the duel, and he doesn't see him in time. He's hoping for him to pop out of heaven, but Riza has bested him.
Big brain.
The Cypher is on duty to really find out all the rest of Todak in that particular round. And it just finds all these crazy openings as well, despite Jeet having a pop-off moment.
Definitely. Jeed just super aware of his surroundings. He heard Riza make his way towards the end of the B, but inside that tower area, he was just ready with that Marshall to take him out. super aware every single time, even of the player with the flank. But Riza was just big brain, 100% used 100% of his brain and rotated here towards that A site. But nonetheless, now DXN looking for some aggression towards Mound. They're instantly just going to TP back as he spots at least 2-3 players here.
Trapwire is still being left intact, but they have already had the Jet reaching into the way as well. DXN will have to get away from the waterfall.
Oh, look at Riza!
With a huge angle of a push. And now the Rolling Thunder is already being set online and everybody gets clipped in return. Todak, despite the struggles, they're gonna find a way to get this plant down, but they're being absolutely zoned off, especially by Sean. 1 versus 1 yet again, and Aduka is holding onto the spike. He needs to find the angles, and doesn't seem like Shun is giving him any leeway as of the moment, but the plan will go down.
Definitely, Shun still has the Hound to work with. Oh, got spotted off just a little inch. Look at this positioning here taken by Aduka. Such a strong one. But unfortunately, he gets spotted out, and Shun just gets a beautiful jiggle peek, taking down Aduka nice and easily. We saw Shun, he was just chilling towards the back of C on top of those platforms, not really getting aggressive, not getting baited in by the fights. He was really just holding it down. If anyone tried to enter the site, he was there ready and waiting, and he was able to take down Aduka as well. Massive play here from him. And Kizuna, even though it gets down to these 1v1s, these 1v2s, they're leading and they're just doing so much damage here to the economy of Todak.
Indeed it is. Now it's going to be exceptionally dangerous for Todak to go in for an A push, especially with Tour de Force up available in the hands of DXN. It's going to be the one in charge to find all these push coming out of Todak, if ever the case, which is why Todak opts not to commit into A. Slowly moving into B as they put the lockdown directly into securing the B side. However, Shun as well flaring. They've already stopped them on the tracks.
What a play. The lockdown is going to be coming in as well. They have the man disadvantage here, and Riza, of course it's Riza just being a nuisance. Taking down Sube as well. Duka trying to get aggressive, and just look at the positioning here from the side of Kizuna. They have DXN all the way just outside of upper B. It just shuts down Duka trying to get aggressive here. It's G'd in a 1v4. It's doable because it is G'd. But at this point, the way Kizuna is playing, it's just so perfect. All 4 members just ready and waiting. They have an idea of where this man is. They set up all these sorts of crossfires. Kimmy has spotted him, and every single 4 member here should have their crosshairs set here towards him. First flash comes in, and see you later, alligator. That's 5 rounds here for Kizuna.
Wonderful. Having
it's great to see how frightened.
Impeccable rotations as well. The way that Kizuna instantly trades back in majority of all these moments, and we did see the pressure being so immense that now Todak really opts for a timeout. This is the second time that they're being forced into this situation already, heading into this round 8. And it can only get more difficult if they don't actually take at least some weapons back and win 1 round at the very least. Therefore, how are they supposed to really get a better grasp into this post plan? Because a couple of hits onto C didn't seem like they have had the cleanest of trades. And it always leaves Aduka the last man standing for most part, where as a Killjoy, you will feel that pressure despite you putting these nano swamps online. It's not a sure way of actually getting that detonation of a plan that's being set up. Yeah, therefore, they just really have to assess the situation, especially now. Everything's in the bank for Kizuna. Up and ready to just rinse and repeat again of what they could possibly bring to the table. And most often than not, even when it comes down to Todak's approaches into B, they've always been held back, all due to Riza's proficiency in setting things up so that everything would be in check, in order.
Need that back.
Kizuna, as much as they have the lead right now, I do see that Todak does have multiple opportunities to still catch back up. Whereas, just look at the Ascent, he has always been able to proactively push out and hoping to not have Aduka being clicked up,
shot.
and he will get that trade and will in return get his weapon back.
Definitely, that's going to be the Cosmic Divide being used in and towards this site. They will fall back. It's going to be very difficult to try to spam any of these players because, oh, they actually get aggressive here. They want to go for the fight. Saduka is going to get taken out as well. Sube, alongside the rest of his team, is just playing all the way towards spawn, but they can't do much here as they have the rifles in the hands of Kizuna. Falling back here, playing it super safe. 2 versus 2 now.
Last player
Oh
standing.
my
got
God.
it through the smoke. Says with
Jeez.
the down goes and he almost
man.
even got a double kill. Saves the day with this trip around. Going in favor of Todak.
Okay.
I was saying
Passing on.
Kizuna was doing pretty well during that retake, but I think they got a little bit overzealous, a little bit too aggressive in that push, and well, Jeet alongside Kyle was just able to close things out. What a round. Surely it looked like it was going Kizuna's way, but the Sheriffs are a little too strong here in their hands.
Boy, oh boy, Todak always comes in with surprises.
Just goes here.
I just love how they played
this
around the
is the right
revolving
spot.
doors as well. And that did overwhelm some of the members of Kizuna early on.
Whoa.
And being held by 2 guns pointing at him. Frosty's with first picking. And this time around, Todak is playing it relatively slowly. Discipline of display. Whereas, if they push further forward into B, they will be able to spot out flaring.
Look at
Mind though, if he does get the blinds off.
the positioning of flaring is just super strong. They don't have anyone really to clear things out. If as soon as he gets contact, they're able to assist him somehow, but he just makes it out of there here. Toda will be able to close things out here towards his B site, but they have to deal with Kimmy. They've got to deal with Riza. These guys have been insanely strong. Kimmy does manage to take down 1.
Right there.
1 versus 3 now. Riza, he's been holding down this B site, doing so well here, but look at the double peek here from the side of Toda. There's just no way for him to find an opening towards his B site.
He's just running ring around Rosie. He does get what you wanted, a trait in return, but the round will still be in favor of Todak. This time, looking a lot more accessible on how they've been approaching into this B side, and perhaps they will be able to draw more attention from Kizuna this time around. It all started with the Ascent going with
that aggressive peek.
Yeah, that aggressive peek that didn't really went in his favor.
I think what they could have done is maybe get Shun to flash out that B hall position into the peak of the Ascent, and maybe he's able to peek out and get a bit more safer. Nonetheless, he went for the dry peek, so it was very dangerous. Rubble gonna now be pushed by Frosty. Zaduka does take down 1, but Shun with those Sheriff shots make it look so easy. 2 out of the question now, and he's looking for more with that shot with the Sheriff. Look at how Frosty is so aggressive, so insanely out of here. All of a sudden, these Sheriffs are just making things work. It's all down to Jeet. Shun looking for 1 more. He knows exactly where Jeet is, but Jeet has that shot in him. He is the clutch minister here for the side of Toda. And look at how low the HP of Shun is. 27 HP. Will he be ready for this shot?
Oh, he's trying to go for the right click, and he
Oh
still
my
gets it
goodness.
in return. 4K to stop the bleeding for Todak, and the clutch meister himself, G, that's done it again.
Kizuna, though, they made it so expensive. Shun with that Sheriff, picking up, what, 3-4 kills, just making it look so easy. He didn't even reload. Nonetheless, Toda somehow able to clutch things out, somehow able to bring things back. And Kizuna now, they've got the full-on buy. They've got the operator out again in the hands of DXN. Can they make this work? Can they stop Toda from taking over in this map?
Lockdown available for the rest of Todak to utilize this time around. And if they can prepare this with a Cosmic Divide, things might actually look to be in their favor as they are also pressing on to C. It's not really a full commitment as the spike is slowly being carried forward into A, but look what's their 2 members of Kizuna now pushing forward as they are trying to come in with a rush of their own. And let's see some sparks flying from Kimmy.
flash the clip onto one of the Todak members. Not that it matters as much. But with Kizuna playing so aggressively this time,
Here.
it will take a lot of dire effort being displayed by Todak to get another entry as they take their due diligence, clearing every single corner for the time being.
They're using so much utility trying to clear these angles as well. So by the time Todak wants to make their way on towards the site, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, especially since they don't have the fault line available at this very moment. How will they make this work? Lockdown now made its way towards that B site. They will find an opening here on towards Flaring, and whoa, what a shot there. I think he did a little bit of damage there towards Kale. Can they make this work? Just pure on. Chaos happening here. Kimmy with that ult as well. Not going to be able to close things out. Asube and Kyle just holds things down. DXN with the operator. Ooh, so close, but yet so far. A great close for this round. 6-5. Todak, they found their footing in the attacking side. I got to give it to Kizuna for pushing up towards Rubble, pushing up A, and getting that initial frag on towards Jeed. But man, were they ready. Of course, they checked the corners, especially since they had so much information, so much contact towards that C area. They still cleared out all the angles and made sure to take down Jeed. Insane stuff. Kizuna going to be calling that timeout. Thinking, what can they pull out here in this remaining round, this last round and a half?
As for Todak, they have always been able to cause quite the chaos over onto this B side, especially with Kimmy. Once he does arrive, he denies so much vision into what we last saw in those form of battles, whereas Jeed in that round itself has been able to offer many in return. They committed to the lockdown, and despite that, the timings itself allowed Kizuna to be able to at least strike equally. The problem is now it's a broken buy that they will have to eventually play it a little bit safely. Well, not exactly broken buy. There's only one form of Spectre that is going to be on the hands of Reason, and that's just about it. Still very much manageable. Whereas Todak, they're looking for that upper hand heading into that first half. Whereas Kizuna, so far being so reactive to all these form of situations, sometimes taking a step slower wouldn't be hurting them all too much. As for Todak, they're also slowly approaching this, hoping to see where or not if any members of Kizuna would be pushing out, whereas they have usually suspected DXN to do so over the C, and they're not going to pry any further. And just look at this investment coming from Kizuna. 3 members now holding on to the angles on top of B. Well, they secure that orb, and easily, if their chamber wants to join in, they could just click that button by the door and just perhaps come in with some surprises against Todak.
Definitely slow and steady here in towards this last round. Just because at the start of the round, they had Kimmy throw a relay bolt towards Rubble. They had to expand. They had to use that Hound to clear out this A Rubble position. They're going to be making their way towards that A door. So lots of information now being given. And it's all down to Riza and Flaring this after. This Rolling Thunder just comes in beautifully. And look how aggressive Frosties is being. Gets the shorty out, but just barely misses him. 2 players towards drop this. They do manage to get the trades, and it's a 2v2. Can Jeed and Aduka tie things up here in towards the end of the half?
10 seconds left.
Plant will go down. But it's Shun, man. Shun has been playing lights out. Shun has been doing so well here in this half so far.
Still got
Guiding Light.
Member Guiding Light available, which will be utilized. Won't be able to find any members of Todak for the time being. Jeed will really have to seek this true. Aduka falters, and now they've spotted him out by the corner tree. 1 versus 1 yet again. DXN going up close to personally. He swings, he gets it.
Perfect.
Kizuna ties it up, and it's even Stevens, baby. Moving into the second half.
6-6, what a shot. Decent effort here coming in from Jeed. But it's not going to be good enough here as Shun and DXN equalize the scoreline here in the first half. Great stuff here from both these two teams. Staying hydrated, of course. Just need that water, man. Nonetheless, What an awesome showing here from these two teams. Really showing exactly how fun and aggressive you can be on Lotus.
Yeah. And we love every single moment of it. The explosiveness, the chaos that erupts onto each and respective sites that they've been playing on. And most often than not, Todak is really pushing and pulling Kizuna everywhere on the block. After a timeout, Kizuna have been able to at least assess the situation so much better.
Oh, so close.
Such an aggressive.
Oh my goodness.
And it has to TP out very early on.
Gotta go.
So with that being down, we'll expect this to be a little pressure going on. Frosties still lands the bullet to the head, and now Riza will get
good shot.
Now they get that whole area of C to themselves. And now, with Riza moving into spawn,
what a play.
Remaining.
Oh my goodness, Riza and Shun getting so aggressive, pushing in towards B Hall, towards spawn, but Sube is only good for one as he enters towards that C site. Flaring will shut him down with that trade, and a 7-6. Kizuna has found their footing once again. So close,
so crazy the way that things play out. I just love how they just have that sheer confidence of each respective members being on duty. Riza, as well as Shun, just working in tandem to get all the way to the spawn in order to clip 2. And that itself depletes Todak by so much. So Todak really has to be a little bit more on their toes this time around. Crabwire being set over on the middle just to guard the flanks. Kizuna opting for another C take. And this is being left absolutely bare open. I wonder if Todak, how would they actually look on this retake? They can play by the revolving doors right after. But that will leave Kizuna members to put one member on the watch as time to go down. And now the rotations are set in place.
Oh man, they tried to get a little cheeky there with the rotating door. But Kizuna was just super aware and just ready for any type of situation from all angles. Frosties has the Marshal to work with. He spots out Riza. Not going to be able to hit him out. Not going to be able to take him. Does do tons of damage here. But at this point, he's going to need to wait for the rest of his team to come in and take him out. Riza's got to be very careful. He's going to get taken down by Sube. Todak trying to look to do as much damage as they can. Kimmy does take down one. Beautiful flash coming in from the side of Shun for the assist. And Kimmy wants to close things out with that 3K. What a defense. What an attack, sorry, from the side of Kizuna.
Don't get shot.
Utility usage just on point from Shun.
On point. And Todak, their response to that was true to revolving doors, and that wasn't exactly the answer that they were hoping for. Because the moment that the doors turned, they didn't even get a chance to step outside, it seems.
Here.
Still very much manageable so long as they do get this round, or else Todak, they're going to go on the deficit again, and they won't be able to have the right guns to be working things out. Now, very aggressive moves coming out of Todak as they spotted out exactly where Kizuna are, dropping the spike, but they should be able to retaliate. Oh my word, Todak!
Inhumane! Oh my goodness, just butchering them towards rubble. What a setup that was from the side of Todak. They had the gravity wall, they had the stuns, everything just being thrown towards rubble, and Todak Frosty was just able to get himself on top of rubble and clear things out. But that shot from Kyle, the spray, the double spray down, the quick transfer was just immaculate, precise.
It left no chance for Kizuna to even respond with that full-on push onto A, and perhaps they're hoping to do exactly the same this time around, coming in a little bit more prepared, but the Ascent has already got this in return. And they will eventually make their way into B, and they get that firm access. Aduka's already down. And now with them having an idea of where Todak is, they're going to be moving in from A, and Frosty still finds the Ascent. now having to deal with the situation. They've already smoked off that angle.
Flash
Haven't
it,
got the
man.
plan down. Got to find the right windows to do this.
I love the positioning here from Riza. Kyle gonna get a bit aggressive. Does he find the timing on towards Kimmy? Yes, he does. Rolling Thunder comes in, but the aggression from Riza towards that C-link position just gonna be able to sandwich them on towards this side. It's all Kyle now. What can he do? 1 versus 2 remaining players in towards that C-link position, and look where the spike is planted. Perfectly in the position for these 2 players to swing out, go for the double peek, and indeed they do. They shut down Kyle, and it's 9-7.
Now having a little bit more of a breathing space for Kizuna. 2 rounds successfully hit. That forces Todak to slowly play this one out. Frosty does have the Blade Storm if they really want to find a rapid entry onto either side of the way. But most often than not, it's going to be a tad typical, especially now with DXN fielding the operator in round 17. This could be one of the first operators that we see.
Operator on the attacking side, he's just holding spawn with Shun. To make sure nobody gets aggressive, pushing out towards B. He's ready and available, that's for sure. But there are 3 players from Todak just holding that corner. So dangerous.
They're just leaving Aduka B by himself. Now they've already knew the whereabouts of the entirety of Kizuna. They'll make it way with a flank, but Kizuna has already been spotted out. Kimmy now, big dish, slither of HP. And Todak is still holding on. Aduka just buying as much time as possible for the rest of Todak to wrap around. And he does get a flick directly to the head of Flaring. And he's going to see if he can actually get more, because
Ube gets one more. Look at the wrap.
Get out of here unless he clears out the rest of Kizuna.
The wrap coming in here from Todak. Going to be making their way in towards 3, but do they have an idea? Shun is playing here behind his door. He does not be able to get shut down. Shun actually takes down 2, and it's all down to him. These sheriffs have just been doing God's work as Aduka picks up the triple. What a thrifty round here from Todak. They save an operator, they save a couple of rifles here to bring in towards the next round as well. But man, sheriffs in any of these players' hands, it's just deadly.
So deadly. And that round itself, Kizuna felt really assured that they would be able to penetrate the side without much of a problem. And it's really all thanks to Aduka on the amount of intel that he offers. Plus, with the Nano Swarm being set right behind the door, like, there's no way that they could actually access that. So with that in mind, Todak eventually got a lot of all these other angles to work with, especially with, what, a 3-man flank coming in? Like, that allows them to just clear things up. And I think, like, Kizuna really have to have at least one member watching some of all these flanks, because sometimes just having trap wires may not be enough.
Definitely not. And like, among all the chaos, when you're having your fights towards that A side, you don't really realize if your tripwire has been broken. You know, you get the notification, but you just disregard it because you're busy tunnel visioned under player. You're trying to execute, making your way towards that A site. Nonetheless, it's such a close game, back and forth. When it looked like Kizuna was just about to come back to run away with this map, Todak just find their footing and they're just able to bring things back. And this time around, Kizuna on that eco, on that thrifty round.
Moves with the early usage of Trademark, as they will draw the attention from Todak into A. Once again, they do have the access into B. So it's not going to look so straightforward for Kizuna this time.
That's a good angle here. Should be able to take down one. Oh, but the information has been given. They know there are 2 players here, and they instantly just fall back with the amount of utility that's been given. They know there's 3 players here. Riza trying to find an opening towards this C site. They do have the nanoswarms for assistance, but he hears all the different kind of footsteps coming in. He instantly just falls back to await for the rest of the team to come in for that retake.
Yeah, Flowering comes in, get the plant down.
Spike planted.
Whereas majority of them coming from your spawn, as well as from the B connectors. Here comes the lockdown though, so there will be ample space being bought there coming from Todak. And Kyle immediately snaps upon the Ascent as well as Kimmy, and still doing so much more of God's work. Nuka with the double as well. It's a full cleanup crew up ahead and now down to flaring. Will operator set into place. Frosty is not gonna give him any sort of room to play this one out, and Todak has managed to catch up. Down points apiece into round 19.
There's nothing you can do there. Kizuna, they had the right idea. They wanted to get aggressive. They wanted to push Aduka, who put down that lockdown at Waterfall, but they were just ready. Kyle was there with the assistants to really set up a crossfire. You can see the Kizuna members desperately trying to break that lockdown. It's either they break it or they die or they get detained. Doesn't matter. They were just going to go for it. Try find some opening picks. Nonetheless, the score is all tied up. And once again, Kimmy getting super aggressive. And just in front of him is Kimmy. Is Frosty's, and he's able to take down one with the shorty now coming up. And yes, he gets another one. This man is just the jet player that I want to be, showing exactly how to get aggressive with that shorty, with that operator, with the assistance of his team. Toda, they find double digits.
Absolutely on the roll, the way that they just push out A with a great effect as well. This full stack of Todak just overwhelms Kizuna. And I wonder, like, because this actually forced a change of plan coming in from Kizuna, because they've tried many a times, especially with the Ascent leading the forefront, usually not getting a pick in return. Didn't really get much of a value, but Frosty's does get one in return. Long range shot out of the operator. So the man advantage here, Todak has a little bit more space to, of course, catch a breath. Whereas that also sets up the rest of Kizuna to enter into the corners of rubble for the time being.
There is Kimmy getting aggressive already towards A. Look at the movement, the moves. He's just surfing around, jumping like a monkey, and they're able to shut things down towards this A site. Really just confusing the defense of Todak, the way Kimmy makes his way in towards this site. Towards the top of A now, there are 3 players coming in for that retake. They've got the utility from Sube and G to make things work. But how exactly will they fend off 4 players?
Right there.
Such difficult for him to work with as well. And Sube has got an idea, and sprays through the smoke. Did actually get one back for Kizuna. And there's been tripties after tripties that they've been trading weapons. And it's been looking hella good for Kizuna.
I think that round just kind of came down to Kimmy, the way he made his way on towards site. Yes, he didn't get any sort of kills, but the defenders on that A side, Kyle, and one more of those players, they just had no idea how to really deal with him, you know? While he was jumping towards the back of that A site, the rest of Kizuna was able to come in with those sheriffs and just pick those members off. And they had a great post plant set up on towards that A site as well, but it looks like Todak gonna look aggressive once again. DXN spots out Frosty's. Instantly just gonna fall back, not wanting anything to do with this.
I've got your trail.
It's all thanks to Frosty's positioning onto where it is A push into the rubble that has denied Kizuna many a times, but they immediately swarm into the C side this time around. Todak has to go in for the retake, and immediately brings them down.
What a shot there. Rolling Thunder comes in to assist, but it's a little bit too late here. They've made their way back towards site. Sube comes in hot with that Phantom. Can he look for more? Is he able to get these frags? Kyle, though, comes in. Frosty's once again with that shorty. And he's just singing like a melody right here as he gets another kill. I think that's his 3rd or 4th shorty kill he's got.
And Todak is already reaching their crescendo, needing 2 more pointers here. And I feel like they're already having this form of momentum that this A side is almost impenetrable so long as they are on board. So you gotta force Todak to really go on rotation in order to get the plan down for Kizuna. Despite that, It's just great reads all around. I think we'll try it once more.
Yeah, Kizuna, they're setting quite a few members here. I'm interested to see how exactly they counter this push. They sent out both the hounds. Operator here is in the hands of Frosties, but at this point, they're not coming out. Oh, there we go. Kimmy is out.
Swing.
Relay Bolt will be coming in as well. And just a bunch of utilities being used. They sent out 3 players here out this door. And somehow Frosties is still alive alongside Sube, just shutting them down. It's like a funnel, and they've just got nowhere else to go. Kizuna is trying to find an opening, trying to find an answer to somehow make their way towards A. But they're just left unanswered. No solutions at all.
No solution because they couldn't really find an angle onto Frosties many times. And they get punished for it, right? Especially when you don't really land those shots of through the force. You're not going to be able to at least get that form of exchange that Kizuna was hoping to actually get. Though I really do like that quick repeat coming in.
Remaining.
And now G spots out Shun, and they will all be funneled down to this tube. Todak is 1 more point away
Match point.
from getting themselves the first game of the series.
What a formidable defense that they have, huh? If they try every single round, they push up towards that A roll position. They leave Jeet alone towards C. As soon as Jeet hears any sort of contact, he just falls back towards spawn. And just waits for the rest of his team to come in for that retake. And since they push up towards A so quickly, they just have so much information and just able to really react accordingly when it comes to the retake. Nonetheless, once again, every single round, DXN just has to fall back. He has to use that teleport. And it's not, just no information.
Yeah, and that also forces the rest of Kizuna to form up over onto B, and Kimmy has already pushed through. You get the plant down, and they do have a weapon for Riza to get back in hand. They were kept now available. Kyle does get a few flashes, but a few members are through already. White swing! And thankfully, Kimmy was there to cover up. Only 2
Oh my goodness.
Kizuna, and there's not an option available for Kizuna to answer back. Todak makes it look clean and crisp to secure our first ever map in Lotus for Todak.
Yeah, definitely. Just such a strong force, such a strong team on Lotus. They made it look so easy. They made it look like the map's been out for years. But nonetheless, that last round, while Kyle was kind of defending off, trying to stay alive up against the likes of the Cypher and Kimmy on that Neon, the rest of Todak was just coming in from behind, just wrapping them up and just destroying anyone who's holding that spike. But man, what a game that was. Super exciting, super fast-paced, and I can't wait to cast more Lotus in the future, that's for sure.
Yeah, I absolutely loved it, especially when we saw, even on the first half itself, Kizuna did so much work. And on the defense, they've been able to really get a grasp of how Todak usually executes with a whole lot of party on around to A as well as B. Now, going back to the highlights, of course, there's plenty of offerings coming in from not only Frosties, but I think like Riza definitely was the main man for Kizuna to really
Sean, we can't forget about him. Sean was pretty great as well. You know, he put a Sheriff in his hands, put a Vandal, doesn't matter. He's just able to really hit those shots. But Cheat as well with the clutches. You know, he's the clutch meister of Todak. You always expect him to do well in these 1vx's situations. And in the end, it looked pretty strong. It was very convincing here from the side of Kizuna at the start of the half. But as soon as the buys came out from Todak, they just were able to kind of destroy, to outgun, to outmaneuver Kizuna in this map.
Yeah, and it's just that Frosties was just left unchecked, and
oh man,
he's really feeling on top of the world with that form of performance that he had every single time he pushes out through the rubble, keeping not only himself alive, but always looking for, you know, multi-frags to even come out of that slaughterhouse, I would call it. So
16 first bloods.
16. It's just
wow,
unbelievable.
That's probably down.
The highest for a day.
Definitely. That's probably down to the A push from Frosties with that operator. he had the help of the Breach and the Sky as well. So, you know, it's not just all him, but all the utilities that was there to assist him, to put him into that opening position at Rubble. It was just insane. And they were always there. Kyle was always there. If Kimmy and the rest of the gang from the side of Kizuna were trying to push out that A main position, they just had no way, nowhere to go. And this is it. We were looking at Frosty's doing so well. Jeet as well, just a powerhouse. But in the end, the MVP of the map with the highest ACS, just by barely a little bit, was Sube with the 3 first bloods.
Yeah, just look at how many members of Kizuna he usually catches off with the aftershock, especially what you saw in the first half itself. Majority of them were playing onto, you know, B side multiple times, and he was definitely essential for Todak's success when they do get the plans down. And overall, just look at how they've been able to also get those trades working out, responding so rapidly, has been able to give a sort of challenge to Kizuna. But second half on the defense, I think that's where they shine the brightest, especially with all that priority given onto A. And you expected Kizuna to back down. No, if they don't back down, you saw what the end result was, just being absolutely punished.
Definitely. And this is the MVP right here. Todak Sube, one of a kind. I'm pretty sure he's the IGL here as well. So not only is he big brain, but he's also sharp. 30% headshot, 2.1 KD, and good old 19 frags here in this first map of this best of 3 series. I think overall the whole team really just stepped up and was able to play off each other super well. Jade was a great force, Kyle as well. There was a Duka on that Killjoy, and it was just phenomenal. Frosties, of course, just the whole team.
Yeah, it really is
solid.
A team effort being displayed by majority of all of those are involved, even in the side of Kizuna. I think like they've really displayed great understanding when it comes down to how do you really want to defend inside of this specific map of Lotus. But now, with that being settled down, we are going to be moving into Ascent to see where or not if Kizuna still has it left in the tank to push it to game 3. So with that being said, we'll come back after a short moment's time.
Hi guys, I am Sube from Todak. Todak is a Malaysian organization. We have a lot of esports teams such as Free Fire, Mobile Legends, and also PUBG M. And we are the VALORANT division. As I said, I am Sube. I am the in-game leader for Todak. I mainly play initiator and also I do play controller sometimes. I am more like a strict IGL because I really need to take care of the youngsters, which is I call them soldiers as well. The first teammate that I really want to talk about is Jade. We have been playing for quite some times now, I think for almost a year and a half. We bond together as teammates. He have respect towards me and also I have respect towards him. Overall, he's a good player and also he's a joker as well. The next player I want to talk about is Kael. To me, he is like a soldier. He is very emotionless. He listens to me quite a lot, and whenever I give advice to him, he will always take it without any emotions. And I do think he will be one of the best in the future. Next is Aduka. Me and Aduka has been playing together for quite some times, since early VALORANT days. To me, he is like my younger brother. He always do some weird stuff, like a childish stuff. But overall, he is very a good player. Lastly, I want to talk about Frosties. He is very short-tempered and also very emotional player. He is very passionate about the game because I can see the fire in him. I had fun working with him.
When it comes to situation in-game, especially in-game, we are adapting very well. We react very well to certain situation, even though it's very hard to react for other people.
We don't care how big you are, how small you are, how good you are. We still gonna beat you because why? Because Todak langgar.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you
each round? Only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Challengers Malaysia Singapore. We got split number 1 here and the second series here for today. If you guys are just coming in, we are now up against the likes of Kizuna and Todak. And Todak has just won in a brutal fashion, I think. The first map on Lotus. I'm FaZe, alongside with me is going to be Contra, and we are going to be your casters here for the rest of the day. And man, oh man, these two series have been phenomenal so far. It's been exciting. There's been a lot of action, lots of executions that is just super fun to watch and fun to cast for us.
Exactly, and we just saw how Kizuna trade blood for blood, especially on the first half, where it was looking very convincing at first, where there were even points that they were leading the charge.
Yep.
And I believe that Todak has also gotten a better understanding of how the side of Kizuna has been able to execute, and therefore on the second half itself, they've been able to also retaliate in their formal way, where a bunch of trophies were traded, and now we're going to be moving into Ascent. For our second map, will Todak actually find their glory here to catch up with the rest of the pack that's currently on the top 5 of the standings, and whether or not will Kizuna Esports find their success once again by depleting Todak here on map 2 and forcing them to go on this tiebreaker in Haven later on.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, Kizuna, they've got a pretty strong track record here when it comes to Ascent. They know exactly how to play off each other, and I'm sure Todak has their little surprises as well, because the way Frosty's plays, just so close up in your face, in your personal space with that shorty, can really trigger you, can really take you down mentally. But nonetheless, Ascent, one of the most favorite maps, I guess. It's very fun to play. It's one of the first maps that came out, so every single team has their way of playing. They know what's meta, and they know what to expect for. There's a lot of aggressive plays you can make as a team. However, I'm not sure what these two teams will be bringing out.
Exactly, and I believe that Kizuna is really proficient when it comes down to playing inside of this particular map, where they even took Bleed into a really long series where it was more than 20 over rounds, so expect them to be able to at least perform a lot more comfortably in this map. Of course, Lotus is really down to how good you are when it comes down to not only gunfights, but with those really swift rotations and setups, which is why you see it being a little bit more chaotic now. Teams will be able to have ample time to actually plan their engagement, so to speak. And Todak, they've been playing so many seasons, they've already known how exactly to basically find some of all these areas to play, especially the middle control to be something that's going to be pretty crucial for both ends to be looking for their advantages, so to speak.
Definitely. We're going to have a look at the agent picks down below here on the screen. We'll see what these two teams really bring it out. It's a lot of different kind of metas you can go for. Back then in the day, we had Viper actually being picked out, but nowadays, you know, we have, of course, the Astra. We've got the Paranoia here in the hands of Kale on that Omen. So this is just a lot of different sorts of variety. Nonetheless, towards the left side of the screen will be where Todak chooses their agents. Duka on that Killjoy, Frosties with that Neon, Jade on that Initiator, which is Breach, Omen and Sube on that Sova. It's going to be so fun here.
Yeah, and we do see a little bit more switch of hands this time around, where Kaylee will be on the Cypher instead. Where, you know, on the past, it was
on a Neon, huh?
Yeah, a Neon, which is going to be something that's different. But I really do love, especially now with Cypher being buff from, you know, past patch itself, where you could easily hold on to that ace life in the order where, you know, you could not leave so much room for them to breathe, especially when you do get the tripwire being set onto this Neon. It will be able to hold them all back. So with that being said, of course, we'll be moving directly into our match in a short moment in time. So this is where I really want to see, right? Like with this form of changes, can Kizuna really get things going and have DXN activated now that he's going to be on the jet?
Yeah, definitely. DXN, he has been phenomenal on the jet. He's made tons of plays, and this is a team that were able to bring Bleed to overtime on Ascent. So Todak really has to make sure to watch out for all these different sorts of plays that Kizuna will be bringing out, because Kizuna individually, they are insanely strong and just have that ability to really take things down a notch. But nonetheless, here we go. Ascent, potentially the last map of this series. We'll see whether or not Todak can bring it 2-0 or will Kizuna bring it to map 3.
Todak absolutely on the Fury form, and also looking back into the earlier session back, and I believe it was Friday or so, within the week, Kizuna has also won their series, I do believe. Therefore, if they could actually set another one, that would actually pick them out of that danger zone. Because we're looking for only the top 6. Aftershock now being charged up, as they do expect some members out of Kizuna to move into the B main. So keep in mind, we have Frosties on the watch, just by the cubby of it. Moment he heard the flash, there is the shove, and Frosty couldn't land the clips.
He lands a couple of shots, but this just there's 3 different players that he had to try take down, and just didn't know which one to really focus his aim on, and that caused him his life. Owl Drone does come out. It does spot out a Duke, so they have the information on where this Killjoy is being played, and that's going to be a little bit of a tough decision here for them to make. 55 seconds left here on towards the clock. He's got the Aftershock in his hands, just ready and waiting if anyone tries to get aggressive towards B main. 3 players from Todak. They're kind of solidifying this hold on towards this B site, because you see the push already in towards the side. They set up a little bit of crossfire, but they just get taken down, and through the smoke, Shun and Flaring takes down the members here of this B site. Nice and easy execution here, and Todak, they just have nothing to answer for. They weren't even able to pick up a single frag.
Just couldn't react to that situation. Looking at like what 4 players just barging right in, and they have their attention being fixed onto DXN. And speaking of which, he'll seal the deal to get the first point in favor of Kizuna. Well, I just love how they played this out. Slowly watering down the numbers out of Todak. And after that, even with that close setting, you would expect Todak to be able to actually get more out of it.
Definitely. I mean, they had Sube pushed up towards long. They had so much information on where these players will be coming from. But I guess the sheer aggression, the sheer explosiveness from the side of Kizuna really just caught them off guard.
Recon now being taken off, and
I'm not sure if that Recon spotted anyone or not. Yeah. I didn't hear the scanned sound.
Yeah, didn't really reveal anybody just yet. As for Todak, they're just having majority of their members holding within the side of B. They're just waiting for the commitments of Kizuna to settle in place. Kingsley's already coming up with a Vandal, oozing with that confidence here in this round itself. Will definitely take their time. Now there is also the bots all being set up. It might be a little bit challenging, especially for DXN to get a clean, crisp entry. And also, once he does dash too far forward with Tailwind, you expect Kill to be there to pick him up.
3 players from the side of Todak ready and waiting, and DXN does manage to take down one. Jeed uses that Sheriff with perfection. He spots out a couple of heads. Not sure if he actually got him, but not good enough here, as the sheer firepower from Kizuna just able to swing out towards lane and shut those players down on towards site with ease.
And what's so unfortunate for DXN, right? The moment that he landed, it was on top of the gravity well. But same goes to Todak members. They both got stuck in between.
Oh my goodness.
That really misaligned some shots coming from Frosties, and perhaps he would have actually been able to take him down.
What a play indeed. That's a great gravity well from the side of Flaring.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these defending players, the position that Frosties was playing is very cheeky. You're really able to do so much damage and just peek in and peek out. But that gravity well forces him to get on towards the site. Nonetheless, slow and steady now. Todak, they have all the rifles that they need up against the bonus round from the side of Kizuna. A single Sheriff in the hands of Riza. Spectre for DXN, and the rifles here for the rest of KZ.
They've already baited out all these utility coming from their Sova. So they are still finding a little bit of a leeway where they could bypass mid-sector, as they're already heading into the market as well. Just slowly peeling apart members of Todak.
What an angle.
Keith. just having a small little window of the work with, couldn't really get that pixel shot. Will unleash a quick aftershock to hold them all into this market, and eventually everyone to remember will have to cut across into the tree, and that's where the rest of Kizuna finally gets the entry.
Oh my goodness, what is going on?
He sneaks upon them with triple as well. Needed to play by the company, and eventually will have a double peak upon him. And he's got 23 HP, unleashing every bullet, but will not hold out.
He's done enough damage to delay them in towards his A main position. Frosties has given away his position by taking down his teammate. It's all shut now, and they've set up a double peak towards A main. Sube will be able to close things out, and that's 2-1 here. Todak, find an opening, find a round here in this first half.
Great work by Aduka. If not for him, I mean, this could have looked to be another round for Kizuna.
Somehow he's able to be a magician and pick up those 3 frags all of a sudden.
This is a
Spectacular.
He's 1 away from securing a lockdown as well, so ample chances for Todak to still really catch up to speed, especially now with majority of all these rifles up online. Frosty's only got a half shield. He's got to make do with that. There's out the knife, but the recon won't be able to reveal anything at all for the time being. It's G to hold out market, but he's playing it from afar. Another clean entry. This time they're carrying the spike with them. So Riza has got to be extremely careful about this. Burst now being sealed off. They'll have to make some noise if they really want to get into B.
Slow and steady, mid-control now in the hands of Kizuna. But look at B main. Just secured by Frosties on that Neon. They're instantly going to fall back, make their way towards short, where Aduka is welcoming them with open arms. He's got the Nanoswarm, he's got the alarm bot ready and waiting. Pop Flash going to be coming in beautifully, not catching anyone off guard, but ooh, that dink on towards DXN, if I'm not mistaken. She only takes down 1 HP.
Yeah, just a little bit of scratch. Doesn't really wear them down. While Sube holding by the doors, waiting for this cage to subside, and they will find one pick. Couldn't really swing back on top of Riza.
Oh my
remember
goodness.
being spotted out, but he's also being stunned
like
as well.
Funneled.
Frosties. Now, he's only got so tight of an angle. and he's still
Oh my word. This man.
And that will do. Kyle wins it back for Todak now. Tied up. What movements are those?
Agility.
Frosties just showing off right there.
The agility and movement on this man is just one of a kind, top tier. The way that they funneled Kizuna coming out of that market, they just had nowhere else to go. Sube was able to get that initial pick on towards Kimi, but as soon as they came out of the Cypher's cage, they just had a crossfire and just instantly walked in towards the meat grinder there from the side of Kizuna. Unfortunate for them. That's going to force them to go on a bit of a half buy here with the Sheriffs. And just have to find an opening now, find those 1v1s. And look at the setup that they have. Kyle has been spotted. Does get traded out.
My ultimate is ready.
How do they respond to this?
No, dude,
already making their way.
Millie being spotted by Riza.
My word, what a shot. These Sheriffs really deadly, as we've seen from Lotus as well.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide now up online. It's gonna buy a little bit more time and space, and Shun
Wow.
still gets something through the corner of the tree. And with the outdrone, he spots out. Let's see whether he does swing back. Couldn't really land either of his shots as G was way sharper than that. The amount of quarters of generator. Now G has really got to take some eyes off of this area. We'll expect one by main as well. Make that 2. Riza just hiding right under. And DXN, he's got solo room left. G does find it. Is there enough time for defuse? Doesn't seem to be the case. Grab it well, pull it all back. And Flaring wins the round back for Kizuna.
Great shot. Great retake from Todak, but even better utility usage and a very strong Sheriff round there from them. They were just able to find those picks. Kyle went down a little bit too early there, getting aggressive towards short. And Aduka as well, getting taken down by Riza. Just insane plays here from Kizuna. They didn't have to get aggressive. They didn't have to go for those peaks. And they just let Flaring do the work with that gravity wall to deny the defuse.
All they needed was all the information that was given in plays, and Flaring has got the timing down to a heartbeat. Now look at this, a push over onto Catwalk instead. Frosty's got so much work to do, and Shun, as well as the Ascent, we're absolutely prepared.
I know exactly where you are.
No cheeky shenanigans for them to deal with right now as they get that clean access into A.
How incredibly fast was Frosty able to make his way towards top of mid? Instantly shut down, so great awareness from the side of Kizuna to shut it down, to shut down that aggressive defense. And Kimmy finds an opening there. Finds two to actually close down this round.
So clean. I thought that would actually overwhelm some members of Kizuna, but just looking at how they were doing that particular offensive setup, they were ever ready to just snap back into Catwalk for the time being. So, of course, with that being said, there is going to be a lot for Todak to handle. At least they're going in for this buy with at least 3 almost available. They should be able to do this without as much hassle. And now, Todak opening things up, playing a little bit more aggressively, cutting into wine. Duka finds the pick itself. Catwalk will not be an option for the time being. Whereas they're already on those rotations as 2 more members of Kizuna. Trying to draw the attention here from Todak members.
Bomb grenade out.
Drone now already being taken off there. Duka missed the window for that repeat. Whereas taking this steadily, Frosty's holding down the line, and Flaring does get the first take.
My ult is ready.
Traded back by Subby. Now walking straight for it, hiding inside the shroud of smoke. Subby lets him through. He couldn't really shred them through the smoke. My goodness me. Kizuna walks away unscathed, and there goes the rolling thunder being set into place. But the spike is already down.
Down B.
3 versus 2. And Sid does it again with a double. Shun there now going up close and personal. Will eventually have a Duka to come in with the cleanup. Todak coming back into this round with fury fashion. Now 3 more ults online, and Kizuna will opt for a timeout in order to assess what exactly they would need to draw blood against Todak. Well, of course, with that being said, there is enough credits for Shun to even purchase an operator for the extent if he wants to, but with the Blade Storm now up available, he could still rely on that so they could save the credits in the case that they need it for the upcoming round if things actually go sour. Todak just have some credits to worry about as well while they're taking time out from the side of Kizuna. You can still afford Vandals as well as Phantoms, but that will also have them rely on half shields. Not so much for Kyle though, unless of course he borrows some coming from Duka for a Spectre or so. Todak will opt for the full buy just without the shield for Kyle this time around. And we're going to be seeing that they finally get that full flush into the A main. Kizuna have played multiple rounds in securing the vision control over a mid, and surprisingly enough, Kyle comes in to find the shred with the Spectre. Hunter's Fury already being put into place, and that actually depletes Flaring, bringing him down to 70%. Already positioned onto Tree as well as Cubby, so this is looking very much manageable for Kizuna still. Marching up forward, and they will be pressing on from both angles. DXN finding that double as well. Massive clearance now. Kizuna has ample time to set this one up. Members of Todak now through the corner of the tree that will have to bring down the doors first and foremost. DXN already positioning back over onto main. Kimmy has got a lot of work to do here. Lockdown now being set into place. That leaves only the winery for them to hold out for the time being. It's not enough of a window for Todak to go into a defuse, hence where that now takes over position. And all the visions is being depleted. There's no way that they can basically spot him out. They really have to take out the diffuser, and yes, they do. Flowering as well as KB will still make the cut. Kizuna finally finding 2 points ahead of
They're
Todak.
really distracted once I reveal them. Make sure.
This beautiful display of getting every single intel in position. They cut right into the tree section, finding multiple members out of Todak so swiftly, leaving them so little room. And Todak now will change their approach to put a little bit more focus onto middle, as this drifting round itself
Right here.
doesn't really leave them much of a choice. So, for the time being, just having Kizuna to really opens up a little bit more. We'll have Riza to be able to spot out Frosties. Well, this close angle's not working out. Immediately flaring snaps at him with double. Really, really quick one coming in for Kizuna.
We are above
Finding it a lot more certain to continue on with this massive streak. Todak still not really having full resources, opting to have Subby to secure a Bulldog turn. Kyle's got his ult up if they really want to opt for last-minute rotations as well, so that they can draw attention away from respective side. But still require a high amount of effort to really draw out members of Todak to full commit. The Dark's not really going through. Same goes to the Blades. Now the algorithm set in place very swiftly as it goes out as well. Todak with full discipline. Not budging just yet. Whereas Kizuna opts to take a different passage. Pure catwalk, it seems. And maybe they will be able to overwhelm them once again by the Cubby. But there is Kyle on the watch. Already spotted him out. Hunter's Fury alongside with every single other utilities are being popped right through. And they will swing right into the corners. And that's where it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Kizuna still finding the angles for themselves to work through this. Still needing a little bit more time to get the plans through. And Todak really has to wait for everybody to congregate to find an opening to take
that's a save. It's a save coming in here from Todak. They do not want to lose their weapons here. Slowly and steadily, their money is just dwindling. They barely have enough to buy here for the next round, but nonetheless, a great attacking side here so far from the side of Kizuna. Being able to take control at an A short, using Riza's flash to really just enter towards that tree position, picking up those frags, just trading, using the man advantage, the numbers advantage here to take down the defense of Todak. Nonetheless, 7-3 is going to be the scoreline here. And as we mentioned earlier, before the start of Ascent, this is the team that actually took bleed all the way to OT on Ascent here. So you cannot count out Kizuna. They have their setups, they have the aggression, they know this map like the back of their hand.
Yeah, Todak on the past round really had to force a save where they've been really running these rounds with certain buys that didn't necessarily went into their favor exchange. And about round 6 onwards, that's where, of course, things started to really change in the form of tempo, where Kizuna has been able to really get so successive strikes onto this A side. Todak really has to consider, do they really want to force their hands once again, especially with Kyle as well as Sube. Not having enough of that resources. They've tried it before. The question now is if they were to force buy it and if they do lose that round, Kizuna will have a much bigger lead, and that's not optimal for them. So what's the game plan here? Things are looking rather rough, and Todak really needs to charge ahead. How are they supposed to get their way in order to Langar, I would say.
Oh man, it's gonna be tough. Kizuna, they look like they are in their own habitat, really just storming through the defense of Todak. Nonetheless, this map is actually it's kind of known to be a defender-sided map, but Kizuna really showing exactly why they've chosen this as their own map pick. Ready and waiting now here. Slow and steady.
Especially when you do have a Neon on board, sometimes it's really rather difficult for you as a defender to actually get much other than trying to find those opening takes. Of course, you could aim for certain positions, and Sube already utilized some of all these darts. Oh, that actually clips onto the bird.
That's how patient they are here, Kizuna. They know for a fact that they're up against a Todak with a bit of a half buy. That causes a bit of aggression here from the defending side. And they just want to make sure every single corner is checked. Make sure the shorty is not just around the corner. You got to be very careful, especially since Frosties is in the team. Flash going to be coming out here. They do manage to make their way in towards that A site. How will they make things work? How will Todak actually come in here for the retake? They still have all the utilities they need on the side of Jeet. They've got the paranoia here on towards Kyle. But the weapons, that's the disadvantage they're having. And Jeet does manage to get the wall bang here from Heaven.
That's absolutely important for them, especially now on an eco. See where they do get stunned on the wall splitter attempt though, as every member of Kizuna is cornered up by the generators.
A full-on waterfall coming in from Todak. Dropping down towards Heaven. Frosties instantly just dashed towards the default side and was just able to pick up at least 1 or 2 kills. And Kizuna was just stunned. Concussed, they did not know how to retaliate to that retake.
Now they do get their breath of life back into this series here for Todak. Really important Thrifty, or else they've always been into that conundrum of a struggle where they've been going for half buys and finally a fair fight, except for the fact that DXN, he saved up for a couple of rounds and now affords the operator to try to put them into place. But most often than not, all these shock darts are denying them that peak angle against the likes of Frosty. Still going to be prying up ahead. It's going to be a full discipline for Todak, holding on to that Phantom.
Frosty
jiggling this to see where or not is he going to be committing.
All he needs now is 1 frag to attempt. Oh my goodness. Never mind. DXN shuts him down. He blings out the blades. And just slowly they thin down the numbers here towards the site. What a play. A great peak there coming in from DXN.
Yeah, Frosty
super slow.
Stand a chance right through. Thought that it would at least have a bullet or 2 out of his chamber. Now, it does settle in. Look at how deep KB is infiltrating into the market. They're cutting through the spawn. Whereas, he's got to be on the lookout for Jeet. That's not one guy that he wants to dual whip. And speaking of which, Jeet wins the trade.
Yeah, definitely aware of that, especially since the utility from Killjoy has been taken out. Nonetheless, the retake once again, the last round and a half. Rizal playing in towards the smoke, changes his position. Beautiful movement here by him. Not standing in the same spot. And it's all down to the man himself, Sube. 1 versus 3. Rizal is extremely low. He has a chance here. And he does manage to pick him up as well. 1 versus 2 now to IGL of Todak. 7 bullets here in the clip. Can he make this work?
Well, though,
Flaring is alive as well.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. Now, Gravuel has already been pulled. And really down to the trades here. Shun just baiting him off with the recon darts, and they're going in for a double swing. He spots out Flaring, and that will do. Flaring brings it back. Kizuna on the roll. 4 points
Switching
up.
sides.
Todak, they're forced into such tight corners of that final round of the half in particular. What should I say? To kick things off into this second half,
With
it really takes
technical
a
pause.
very different tempo of play for Todak to be really marching up ahead, especially now. Kizuna's on the defense. Well.
They have pretty. They're looking pretty strong now. You know, just the way they take those sites, the way they hold those, the retake from Kizuna, from the side of Todak. It's difficult, but they actually managed to make things work. It's always down to flaring, always just staying alive, having that gravity well just ready and waiting. You know, it's not all about the kills, it's all about how you use the utilities as well. And flaring always finds the perfect time to use that gravity well, to just delay, to stop, to just deny the defuse here from Todak. Nonetheless, sides have been swapped. We'll see what Todak can bring in towards this second half. Ooh, it looks like they have quite a heavy number here towards the outside of B.
Indeed they do. Meanwhile, as for Kizuna, they are positioning with perhaps even numbers, as the Cypher has already had ample time to go in for the setups. All the cams will be in place onto A, so they can actually go in with some swift rotations to B to match up in terms of numbers eventually, but it really requires the rest of Kizuna to have a solid hold along with DXN and Shun, both being the ones to be in charge of the site. So for the time being, of course, we'll let them rectify some of all these technical difficulties that they are having on their end. Hopefully nothing too severe, I would say.
It's true. I mean, a technical pause could be down to, you know, the equipment problems. You know, maybe someone got a little bit too mad, just banged their mouse, and now they need to run to the store to replace it.
I'm pretty sure they keep some stocks in, like, what, a storeroom.
Probably.
If they have enough budget, it will be a warehouse full of all these gears. Most often than not, like, you gotta take care of your favorite gear, like, you know, having a fresh new set of keyboard maybe makes things feel a little bit different. Either it makes it fresh or, like, some players actually prefer those worn out buttons, you know, like.
That's true. Just right, you know, when it's all worn out.
I happen to be one of them.
Yeah. We take those, and now everything has been rectified. Issues have been resolved, and now we're moving in to the second half here of Kizuna's map pick, Ascent. Looking super strong here with a 4-round lead. Todak now, if they want to keep things competitive, they're going to need to win out this pistol round. But the fact that DXN and Shun are just ready and waiting here towards this B site might cause some issues here.
Yeah. That said, it's full committal onto B at the moment, but they are trying to take center stage though, cutting by the fountains and now looking through the market. Frosty's waste no time, he's just gonna infiltrate, where he does try to clip onto Kimmy with a stun, and they do find two members in, swings it directly into DXN. All the attention being drawn out, and Kimmy has to deal with it himself, and he buys so much time. Kuka stays alive.
What a quick wrap on towards that B site. They just did not expect it. Kimmy was able to at least try to hold it down a little bit, but he just got wrapped as well. Todak just closes things here, picks up that second pistol with ease. I mean, just that movement from Frosty's to make his way from middle to market in towards B main to take down DXN. Wow, just too fast. You don't expect, as DXN, you know, you don't expect someone to be coming in from market in towards B main. Yeah, that's where you came from.
And that's the power of having a Neon on board as well, because you can swiftly just cut through all these angles, and if it's left unchecked, man, you're just giving space to Todak. Great aftershock to hit onto DXN. Alongside with the Nanostorm that was being put really early on, coming from a oh my word, those shots were fire.
What a shot there from DXN. He heard the player taking the orb. He knew exactly if he held the angle, he would either walk in towards him, but oh, Frosty's able to clean up that B site. Oh, look at this, Sube. Oh, that's the spike.
Spike down.
The spike is down. What a positioning here from Kimmy. He does not have the wall as well as the Neon. These two players, they're going to need to have to work together to grab that spike. They've got the information that these two players are in towards B-Link, but do they know Kimmy is playing all the way towards spawn? They've managed to grab the spike, making their way back now in towards this B site, where they have ample amount of time here to make their way for their plant.
Go, go, go.
And I think that they do have an idea that a couple of members of Kizuna is coming in from main as well, so it's really down to G. How many members can he actually catch off guard? Whereas Ryza, he's relatively low. He could basically be caught off just like that.
Oh, what a shot there from Flaring.
Flaring doing themselves a favor here. Kizuna will have the straight numbers, and no, he goes in for an exchange. G with 11 HP left. Aftershock will deny him from going for the defuse for the time being. And Kimmy left alone, wrapped around by the top end, and that's where G clutches it. Insane work out of Todak's clutch master.
What can you say, man? It's G in the 1v3. He heard the footsteps. He knew for a fact that he was being wrapped from Kimmy towards lane. But instead of making his way towards site to find that 1v1 against Kimmy, he decided to run and gun, take down Riza and Flaring towards stairs. So once he takes these two players out with that Phantom, with that Spectre, he's able to find that 1v1. So just big brain plays. Falling back towards site, fighting Kimmy would cause the two players from KZ to come and flank him to get the trade off. So he made the perfect choice, the right decision every single time in these clutches to win it out.
Just great understanding of how to maneuver around during those really
intense moments.
Intense situations, like you said. And now it really draws the attention of Kizuna to really stack inwards in the side itself. Remember, inside of the boathouse, Kimi will try to see how much can he actually get out of information. He spots Frosty coming in, now being tagged. He's got to hold back.
Good shot.
And Shun, Vermillion with a headshot, and Shun's going to be able to at least get a double before he goes down. Todak
look at
goes
Kimi.
in evenly though.
Oh, I thought Kimi had a little bit of a play there. He was playing around the Nebula, but unfortunately he just got caught out.
Right there.
He was spotted and he was taken down. That's going to be a swift take from the side of Todak. Aduka on this Killjoy finds the perfect timing to go for that swing. He will get traded out instantly here from Flaring. But now they have the information of where he's coming from.
Got blocking
Gonna
vision.
block out certain vision coming in from the boathouse. Whereas Kyle's not looking the same way though.
He does. He knows exactly where one of the players are. As soon as he gets the first shot, he will turn instantly. But look at the ring around the Rosie. And there it is. What a play from Flaring.
Clutches after clutches, and this time around, it's Flaring to really show up with so much strength and just knowing exactly where they're hiding out. Needing to deal with the Clutchmeister cheat first and just not leaving much more room for Todak to eventually react.
And that's the beauty of having the information of where at least one of them are. He can go for the peak. And as soon as he took down Jade, he knew instantly he had to turn around to prepare for the shot against Kyle. And I don't know if Kyle knew that his position had been given away, so I guess he was surprised. He thought he had the upper hand, but Flaring was just big-brained.
You should run.
Clutch. Lockdown now. Gonna be used towards this B site. There's no Hunter's Fury to deny any of this at all. They're gonna be making their way in here.
Door still left open, but they do have some smokes to shroud up the mid-sector of Pizza at the very least. Just setting up while should be able to get this town planned effectively. Here comes the Cosmic Divide, and they're having this cut off the Boathouse, and Shun as well as Riza, they're just gonna beeline their way, but right to the crosshair of Todak.
1 versus 1? Or was it 1 versus 2 here? He does manage to take down one, but he has to go for the reload. Decent effort coming in from Todak. And just a massive push here from Kizuna.
Man, these B-centric attacks has left both sides really sweating out. Kizuna now extends their lead, needing 3 more pointers, and Todak is put into the position again to make some investments to be able to make it worth. Now, Frosties doesn't really have to go for a full buy. He's got his ult up. So they can still save up a tad bit if they really wanted to see if they could squeeze, if things don't really go into their favor later on. Whereas for Kizuna, they're also being squeezed pretty tight, where you see Riza,
even though they've been
Spectre instead.
Yeah, they've been winning these rounds, but every time it's down to the 1v1s, 1v2s, it's going to affect both the economies here of these two teams. And unfortunately, at this point, I guess you could say it's pretty even in terms of economy. They do need 1 more point in the hands of Shun to actually be able to pick up that Hunter's Fury. So that's going to be a massive play here, especially since they are on the defense. They can deny the plant from Todak. They've always been making their way on towards that B site, but the retakes from KZ have just been proven so strong, especially since they just throw bodies upon bodies on towards that B site.
And things may actually change in this time around, especially with the spike still landed over onto spawned areas. So you expect perhaps for Todak to try to find a little bit of pick here. G charging up the aftershock. See whether or not if he could basically land a nice blow onto the Ascent. And for now, buying a little bit of space as well as time. The smoke setup over onto the mid sector. But Kizuna's unfazed. They're not even sending any members on towards that corner of the map. Now Firebolt up available. Scanning right through. Nobody's inside of tree, but he spots a camera.
He has the information that Kimmy has set up some Cypher traps towards that A site, so they might have to rethink this or have to be very wary of these tripwires that are set up towards that A site. Especially with the position that Kimmy's playing, it should be very difficult here to hold. They take that mid control, they break down that B door, that market entrance, and now they just keep Kizuna guessing. But look at the aggression now as they quickly rotate towards this A site. He has been hit by that tripwire, and instantly a great shot there coming in from Flaring. Playing in towards the generator now. Not going to be able to take multiple frags. He's only good for 1.
At least they've managed to even things up, especially Todak here coming with a burst of speed on their execution.
Oh, hold on. The
Right off the
Ascent.
flank, and then the Ascent still gets him in the head. So things are looking to be pretty dire for a rest of Todak, and now only left with Kyle. He's hiding right under. So with so little help, he still managed to trade. And wait a minute! He clutched it all off!
1 versus 3 from hell. He really dug himself out of there and just destroyed Kizuna, trying to take him out. The Jiggle Peaks was just insane, instantly hitting the headshots one after the other. No double swing, instead he found those 1v1s with ease and was able to just shut down the retake here from Kizuna. That's exactly the kind of round that you need to bring back Toda into this game, and that just broke the economy of Kizuna.
Unbelievable. Absolutely insane on how he has gotten so much out of so little that he has left in the tank. And I'm pretty sure even the morale boost will be set into effect. Should talking about the corner of the wall, and this is where Frosties has already settled the dust. The entirety of B has been breached. And sure enough, 2 members of Todak will have to slowly make their way. Spike is still being carried by Sube.
The mechanics, man, on Frosties, he's just so gifted. His movement, not only on Neon, but on the Jet as well. You know, he really shows off the full potential of these agents.
Yeah.
Making it look so easy, but in fact, it's incredibly difficult to pull off the kind of plays he's been making.
Yeah, his mastery on Neon is definitely on another level. To be able to actually get all these clean picks and still slide out
Right there.
unscathed, I would say, at the very least. I've really brought Todak back on track.
I think it was all down to, it was all because of Kyle there, you know, being able to pull off that 1v3, just motivated them. Oh my goodness, just really put the fire back in towards their hearts. And Todak now solidifying their 8th round here. They're still behind, however, with the momentum swinging to their favor here. Kizuna definitely has to be very careful of how they move in towards the later stages here of this second map.
Yeah, and just starting to wonder how are they exactly going to cope with some of all these holes where sometimes it's just Frosty getting that clean access, and this is the reason why you see the Ascent holding for the longest of time onto this doorway section. And once they do come in, that Frosty sometimes goes in for the wraparound through middle, and it will still split their attention apart regardless of the situation, which is why Kizuna had to really put so many members onto that B side. And Todak might actually switch things up by heading into this particular round. Of course, Kizuna calls in for a timeout because they really want to settle scores, because this is still manageable. If Todak gets another 2, then I don't know, Chief. Like, this is going to be pretty hard for Kizuna to really get out of, especially with them desperately having to pull off this round in order to force that overtime into Haven.
Yeah, definitely. That's the tough part. Kizuna, they're ahead by 2 rounds, but you can feel them. You can feel Todak slowly catching up. It's tough here for them. They need 3 more rounds is all they need, but the way Todak is playing is just been phenomenal. They've been playing as a team. They've been finding those opening picks from the likes of Frosties, and just because of that, the way Frosties plays, they force 3 players to hold that B site. What Frosties likes to do is he likes to play towards middle. He likes to break down that market position, instantly rotate towards his A site. There's the Rolling Thunder being pulled out here on towards this A site. Free pickings here for them. Nobody on towards the site. Can they make this work? Can the retake of KZ pull things through here, bring them round number 11?
Much of superiority being utilized, but they wouldn't be able to find any form of take. And they really have to drop down in order to find these angles against Frosties. And he's just playing so closely, even got a shorty online. So if they were to drop down, he could easily just cut them off. So the vision being denied, but the rest of Kizuna dropping a few names out of the table, and now going for a defusal as well. Subway will have to bring out the Hunter's Fury, but won't be able to find him in time. Squeeze up goes for the push, denies him any opportunity. Kizuna stops the bleeding, and now on track to slowly get their way into match point.
Slow and steady wins the race here, and that's what Kizuna is pulling off. Playing like turtles, letting Todak take the site, and just using the numbers game to really wrap towards short and clear out that site as the Heaven players are dropping down as well. 11-8. Money still looking pretty decent in the side of both these 2 teams. Todak, they can definitely buy up all the rifles. A couple of players on towards that half armor. However, they've just been shut down by Kizuna's fantastic retake. And now they start to slow things down. They realize, Todak, that they're in a bit of a sticky situation. They can't be making all these flashy plays anymore. They have to find an opening picks first. But can't do that against Kizuna because they don't get aggressive. They don't go too ham here. Always playing very passive, very safe with each other, and getting the trades if need be.
Yeah, Kizuna's giving a lot of leeway for Todak to have the entirety of the middle. And now, with the burst of speed coming in from Frosty, he's going to sit right through. Aldron still being set into place though. Will eventually deplete. Now, the rest of Kizuna still not really making massive rotations. They could always supplement with the Astra providing enough utility from quite afar. And I wonder, what's the game plan here for Todak? Because they did not fully commit into B just yet. They have a few more members to go into B main instead. And this is where they will start to strike.
Making their way here for the wrap. Frosty's going to be leading the charge here on towards this side, but you got to be careful because the tripwires are here and Kimmy definitely knows how to deal with this. But oh my goodness, they win every single fight on towards that B side. And that's a 5v3 retake. All 5 members on towards the site. Can they make this work? Oh, the lockdown has also been invested here. That's definitely to delay the attack here, the retake from the side of Kizuna, and maybe even force them to go for the save. And yes, they do, instantly just running away, allowing Todak to take that site and take this round.
Just the coordination and the amount of spacing that Kizuna is actually offering to Todak. Nobody's really taking that mid control, and it has all led up to this where when you have 5 members swarming into that B site, like, you could possibly only get a few. Though we've seen a number of clutches coming from Kizuna, this was absolutely overwhelming, especially after lockdown was set in place. They were just forced to leave, and saving up definitely is the smarter choice. So Todak sees themselves a solid chance to really play catch up here. And who knows, if they continue on this roll, they may even overtake Kizuna for this game.
Definitely a possibility, but looking at the ults that Kizuna has, you've got the Cosmic Divide available here in the hands of Flaring. So if they were to try to go for a retake, it would be a little bit easier here. The question is, how do they make this work? This game is still anybody's game, it's any team's game.
Todak won't be able to spot much out, but they have already received a little bit of info of where the KO is. So Riza is doing this all alone, whereas not like the rest of Todak is having majority of their members being set into place to dive right into A. Pull back. They're looking for a B finisher at the very least. High angles of the camera have been able to spot a lot of them out, but most often than not, it's really boiling down to the gunfights of how much they could basically get out of it. Kyle checking the boathouse, and they already heard the sound cue. Kimmy is now all alone to handle this.
Oh my goodness, the amount of utility just being pushed in towards this market position. They've made their way here on towards this site, and they're wrapping around. Kimmy is still here inside that smoke. Can he hold things off? He does manage to take down 1. He takes down 2. Holds down that side alongside DXM. Subaid, last remaining. He's out of here as DXN and Kimmy just hold things down with ease.
Match point.
Going into the match point right now. 1 more point to push it into Haven. And Todak really has got to give everything they got. The way that they've been able to assess that is to really have members like Shun to be able to hold off the entry that Todak was coming along with. But fortunately, you saw him really getting attacked by a really deep trap wire that was set perfectly by Kimmy.
Here it is, super aggressive here. Flaring does spot out a couple of players. 4 hostiles have been suppressed, and they just want to go in all the way. Tons of damage actually being done on towards Kimmy, and Frosty's is not letting loose. He's not letting go of the accelerator, man. Just insane. Super fast take.
Not even giving them much time to think. Now, with all of them headed over on the Heaven, somebody's got to find certain ways to actually penetrate through the side again. Todak is just having such a solid hold for the time being, and the Tika is kind of low, but he's holding his angle against Kimmy. He's just waiting for him to basically push and shove. While he retaliates, Aduka still finds the 14 HP left, and Jeet is doing everything he can to bring those points back to the table, and it's only down to Shun, and the dust have settled, and Shun will only get to carry this operator into the next round.
Man, oh man. Instantly on towards that A side, instant plant from the side of Toda. They had the Cosmic Divide available from Flaring, but I'm surprised they did not use that here in that 5v5 retake. Guess they're using it for something bigger. Nonetheless, they get shut down. The perfect utility was used from Sube, who was able to bring out that recon dart when the last two remaining players was coming in from heaven, they were able to secure those shots. Aduka super aware of Kimi trying to push out towards that door, so he was able to catch him off guard. Decent retake coming in from KZ, but Todak was just super aware. Look at this tripwire set up towards this A site. Super dangerous, so scary.
All that he can do to stop Frosties, but he's still
what a shot.
All the way in. Flowering did manage to find him on distractions. This time around, Kim is the one that's in charge to just knock them on the floor. Duka as well as Abi left.
2 versus 3. And look at Aduka. Down to 30 HP. Single bullet can take him out here. Subway has to try to find those opening picks, and that's exactly what he's looking for. Oh, gets the shot there on towards DXN. The fact that the operator is here might be very, very dangerous. And oh, the lockdown is actually being used here. They Shun alongside Riza. It's either they push in now and try to take down the lockdown, or they have to fall back. Drops down, but look at the Ares just doing so powerful. Oh my goodness, he just gets the lockdown destroyed just in time for the frag, for the defuse. Just incredible.
Defenders win.
1-1, Kizuna, they managed to bring it back. What in the world was that?
What a game that was. And for a moment, I did think that that could have actually hit the KO by the end of it all, and perhaps it will go down to the 1-2-1 exchange to see who really comes up on top. And Kizuna, despite them really struggling a little bit more on that second half, like, it's really due to all these strength in numbers on how they just infiltrated the site, where Todak has got Frosties doing so much. And once again, like, Kimi really showed up big time on the Cypher to be able to secure it by the end of it all. So with that, this beautiful series will eventually be pushed into our third map. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the stuff of legends like these guys were offering through Ascent.
Just incredible. I think Todak at the later stages of that second half, at the end of the game, they were sort of kind of running out of strats, and they were like, okay, screw this, let's just go ham, let's get aggressive. And it just kept on getting backfired because Kimi's hold, Kimi's read is just top notch. He knows exactly where Todak would come in for the aggression, and he was just able to capitalize every single time with those traps, with the smokes. Just incredible. This was that 1v3 clutch here from Jeed, and which was able to kind of bring in back some signs of life in towards Todak, but they were just never able to catch up towards Kizuna.
Not at all, and just see how effectively the Cypher has been able to really not only get all this intelligence back to the team, but Kimi's trades have always been pretty much on point, and this is possibly the closest that we've seen these two to really duke it all out, where Kizuna have been able to get so many of all these posts down on each respective halves. And them on the defense have looked a tad shaky, all because of the pressure that surmounted them coming in from Frosties and co. But all in all, they have managed to find a way to stabilize, and it was really down to how they've read that A attack. So with that said, Flowering was the MVP of the match, and there were so many rounds where when they were on the offense, like, he was the one in charge to please ensure Todak doesn't get the plan, the defusal after they get the plan down. And then you have Aduka that has offered so much more, and there was just huge clutches coming from all these gentlemen on board.
Yeah, definitely Flowering. Indeed, he was able to really deny any of those defuses. Oh, excuse me. And I think the way he played with Kimi was just fantastic. There was that one site on that B site where Kimi was holding it by himself. He did not have any more cages left. So what Flowering did was he put a Nebula on top of Kimi, and through that Nebula, when one of the members from Todak were to hit the tripwire, he was just able to spray them through the smoke. So fantastic plays here. 39.1 headshot percentage. That's extremely high here, especially when you have 19 frags. So he was definitely on form, and he's looking to bring it in towards the third map of Haven.
Yeah, Flowering have consistently been showing up and all these rounds that they've been playing in Kizuna Esports are really on a good track record here. But now that it is gone down to this decider of a map of Haven, it will require them to be even more precise than, like you gotta keep these headshot ratios up. And for most part, when you look at Todak, do you still really want to rely on the killjoy in this vast map? I mean, it's still entirely doable if you really want to play maybe along A as well as C on the offense, but on defense, sure, it'll be a little bit difficult. So perhaps certain changes will be made, but we'll give them time to think.
Yeah, definitely. We do have to give them some time to think and some time for us to breathe and for you guys to go on your breaks as well. So we'll be back after this in just a short few minutes.
Hey, we're Kizuna Esports. We were established in 2022. We were all that was made up for fun, but who knows will go longer than we thought. Our friend Kevin, he had some extra cash and decided to invest in esports. Hey, my name is Riza and I'm from Kizuna Esports. My role is Flex, and I recently took up the IGR role from my teammate due to its affecting his mentality, and also because I am calm and composed, and I think it will benefit the team a lot. The one who takes up the duelist role is Kimi. Even though the role is known to be fierce, he's actually a really funny guy outside the game. He tends to make the atmosphere very awkward, which we find really funny. But once he's inside the game, he's actually not a brainless yet. Next up is Shun. He mainly plays the initiator, and he's not a talkative guy. But once he's in the server, he's a deadly killer. So I think you guys should watch out for him. Next up on the team is the Ascent. He mainly plays Sentinel/Flex. He's also the jokester of the team, but at the same time he complains a lot. But once in the game, he's the guy that you can count on the most. Last but not least is Flaring. He's the main smoker of the team. He's also the tallest and the youngest of the team, but he's the most disciplined out of all. And he's the one who has a leash on us so that we don't overpush.
So last year when I was playing on VD Esports, we were playing in VCT Challenges Stage 1 MYSG, and we actually dropped down into the lower bracket, which was quite unexpected because we were meant to have a smooth run. So I think definitely the whole lower bracket climb, almost losing at multiple moments, was definitely the greatest moment of my career. Winning in the end and qualifying to APAC Challenges. And yeah, it felt very rewarding at the end of the day.
We've only been together for about 2 months. And now that we've qualified for MYSG Top 8, we'd like to be remembered as a force to be reckoned with. Our hopes and expectations are to be the best in the world, especially during the Ascension tournament.
destroyed, but Devrion has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my God! So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Malaysia and Singapore. This is FaZe alongside with, of course, Contra here to be bringing you through our final round of the evening, where we've seen such an effort being displayed by both, and now they are both tied at 1 point apiece. It's Kizuna Esports versus Todak. If you guys may have missed out, you guys definitely want to look back at the VODs, because that matchup inside of Ascent definitely was a banger, and now we're going to be heading into Haven.
Yeah, definitely 13-10 here for both these two teams on both these maps. And now maybe we might see a 13-10 end here on Haven. But nonetheless, guys, they've been playing up to par with just each other, you know, winning back and forth. And it's sort of like a tug of war kind of series that we've been having so far. And now that we're down to Haven, another map with 3 sites. We've had Lotus earlier in the first game, and it is just so incredibly fun to watch these two teams just have at it and go up against each other. And I am happy to see whoever wins, man.
Yep, just recapping back onto the journey so far, where Todak has been able to bring Kizuna members into Lotus with a scoring of 13-10. And once again, in Ascent, it's the same sort of score. And in this instance, Kizuna have been able to hold out the rest of the swordfishes from crashing anywhere near their bases, if that's ever the case. Now, into Haven, I think like both really have great understanding of how this map could easily be played out, is to really ensure that, you know, for Kizuna's Esports, they gotta get those constant read into catching out particularly a few members out of Todak. If you get Jeet or even Frosties, that's already well
Massive
worth the
hit.
value.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that Kizuna is going to be starting on the defense is going to be a little bit difficult, because if Frosties was to get his hands on one of those agents where the mobility, with mobility like Raze, Jet, or Neon, it's going to be very, very troublesome here for the defense of KZ, who really just hold things out, because that man, in the blink of an eye, he can be from in front of you to behind you. So very, very dangerous indeed. We'll see just exactly how Kizuna really holds things off here on towards these sites.
And first, we're going to be moving into our agent select to see, you know, what sort of formation they really want to get into the map with, where most often than not, like having a Sova is really important, as well as, you know, both sides playing Breach or even Astra, as they would possibly have these couple of agents to be within their lineup. And as for duelists, I think we've already seen quite a variance for today in the playstyle of what Kizuna has to offer. But so far, it's been mostly Killjoys out of Todak, Frosties, of course. But if he's going to be moving so swiftly like that to get advantages, hey, I would still like to see how is it going to be played out for them when they move into Haven.
Yeah, definitely. I agreed 100%, because, you know, Killjoy is super strong in this map. There's a lot of these different positions that the lockdown can be used, whether or not you're attacking or defending, and that's where the Breach comes in to really counter that out. So to see a Breach, maybe double initiators as well, such as Sova and Breach in the same team alongside Killjoy, I don't think that would be a surprise. You know, it's pretty much meta, and I think it would mostly be a mirror pick. The only difference probably would be the what do you call it, the duelist.
Yeah, the duelist itself, it will probably see a very different stance coming from each side, unless if they opt to go for another jet battle, which we get quite a couple of out of other teams as well. So far, I think like things have been looking very much on point for Kizuna, especially Flowering having so much impact with his Astra plays. Like, it's all the stars were set perfectly into place, and then
you just know when exactly to pull those utils. Not the easiest of agents to master, and you can already see this guy has perfect understanding of what he needs to do at every given moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you see your team go in, you as well as a player want to go in, want to get some of that action. But, you know, as the Astra player, you have to kind of fall back. You have to play that safe, that super safe passive play and kind of just hold back for the defense, to hold the defense off, for them to try go for the defuse. You're just there to deny, to delay as much as possible, let the time run out. And if you can, you just go for the shots. But Flaring has been phenomenal. He just has a perfect understanding. And another person who has perfect understanding of an agent is Frosty's. You know, on that Neon, on that Jet, he is just so mechanically enhanced that it even catches me off guard. I didn't know certain movements were able to be done by these certain from the agents that he's been using. He's always up with he's always down to get some frags with the shorty as well. So he's such a fun player to watch on that duelist role.
Yeah, and I'll also be keeping my eyes on Jeet on what form of agents will he bring to the table, because on certain other maps like Pearl, he likes to favor Fate in particular. And I believe that there are also a lot of all these teams internationally that have used great Fate into great effect when it comes down to Haven, where you do get a really nice POV when you do drop the eyeball somewhere in between the side. So with that in mind, like I wonder if they're going to be able to put that into place. How effective could Todak actually work around that?
Yeah, definitely. And here it is, the agent picks, the moment we've all been waiting for. You got to pick the agents before we actually head into the final match here of this series. And so far, that's the DXN play here on that Jet. That's exactly what we want to see. Kyle, this time around, going to be choosing that Omen. We saw him play Omen on Ascent. He was able to pick up the 1v3 clutch. And now the rest of the team, Frosties, this time around, no movement player at all. Just pure on frag. He's got the curveball on that Phoenix. Okay, looking pretty flashy here from Team Todak.
Yeah, so long as you keep Kizuna blinded, perhaps they won't be able to outfrag them in a particular instance. The only difference when it comes down to this is, of course, other than the Phoenix as well as the Omen, we're looking at very similar style of setup into getting an entry in, as well as intel into a certain site. So with that in mind, like perhaps we'll see how much could they actually offer with this Phoenix, where his strength in this particular map is that once you do cut into areas like the garage or even the B side, you just got all these tight corners where you could just flash your enemies out so easily, and then you look for those smooth trades.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with the Phoenix buff recently, they've made his curveball extremely fast and extremely hard to dodge. So he might be able to use that to his advantage. And there's all these little nooks and crannies on site that he can play towards A short, towards mid, towards garage. As he said, every single corner he can use to his advantage, but he's only got 2 curveballs, so that's something he's got to be very careful of. But nonetheless, ladies and gents, we're going to be moving in towards the final map here. Todak versus Kizuna. Who will take this series and who will be solidifying their spot here in the standings?
And I feel like both sides are really evenly matched in terms of the way that they've been able to hold out on their own, and just even despite them being pinched into certain economical rounds, they've been able to find their way back in the game. And I just want to see both ends go far. But somebody's got to settle the score from here on outwards. Kizuna will have 2 members on the C side preparing for this attack. Todak swings through this hallways, and they're about to be able to land one on top of Flaring, so he's just got to pull back for the time being.
Ooh, barely makes it out alive there. He's gonna get taken down at 82 HP. Still relatively healthy, but man, what a setup there to try to clear out that corner. They get the fault line down, they pull out the aftershock. And just a beautiful smoke from the side of Flaring to assist Kimmy to get out of that position. Nonetheless, now Todak set their sights here on towards that A short position where they have to be extremely careful, especially since there's a frenzy in the hands of DXN.
That's right. And now they should be able to receive a little bit of intel onto A, and despite DXN spotting them out, he has only dished a couple of numbers and he still finds ahead of Subby. Jeet's pretty low as well. Looks pretty concerning for Todak as they opt for another rotation, this time moving into
30 seconds
the
left.
mid-sector.
Yeah, Duka has made his way in towards Garage here. So they can easily just rotate towards C. Oh, but they're looking to make their way towards B here.
Flowering. Couldn't really get a grasp onto catching anybody off guard. Jeet's to be on
spike down.
personal, and this is where Todak will just
enemy remaining.
blast him off. Waiting for the plan.
1.
Spike planted.
If Shun decides to go for this push, he's gonna get spotted by that bot, and he just closes things out. Sorry, it was a 1v1 as Shun just instantly gets that tap on towards the head of Aduka.
It is over.
What a chaotic hold on towards that B site.
And despite that, in that 1v1 situation, like, you take a look at the camera, Shun's just looking
chilling,
calm
and collected. That's for
calm
sure.
as a cucumber.
Calm as a cucumber.
Oh yeah, I don't
Cool
know.
as a cucumber.
Cool as a cucumber. Not bad. It's been a long series, I would say.
It has.
Yeah, and I would say that Kizuna at least knew how to handle that situation well. I mean, majority of the members were from A anyway, so they've got a firm hold. That's why having a couple of members of Todak to be able to retaliate, especially Kyle, getting a double right there, was giving them a run for their money at first. Kyle now leads the way into the open spaces of B. These are spots out, every utility being brought out, and now with this B attempt set in place, they will go in for the quick plan with a lot more resources to handle the post plan at the very least.
Definitely.
No flanks coming in from the rest of Kizuna. They're just gonna manhandle Todak, but they only have this time frame window as these smokes are starting to subside, and Frosty hopes to tap them out with the shirt.
Oh, what a lineup there with the aftershock.
Wow.
He will delay the defuse here to come in. Aduka just trying to find a tap here, trying to find those shots on towards the diffuser, but they're not able to. Kizuna just holds things down, secures that defuse, and just sets up a firing squad towards the middle, keeping all 5 players alive.
He got all the way to garage just to get the angles for the aftershock, and then, like, it really caused a panic because it wasn't just one member on that corner. Everyone's looking to trade out as well as having one member defuse. Quick thinking from Todak, but Kizuna just read them out, and there can only be so little angles that Todak could actually work with as well. Now, at least coming with a buy, they should have ample chances to challenge them onto A.
Cover going out.
Recon spots them out, though. So they're being held back. Smokes have to be committed there. And you have both Shun as well as Dixon at the ready, but it's not so much for Flowering now. So not having to work for Breeze that comes into the trade.
Perfect timing.
Todak gets 2.
Oh my word, look at this hold, and Shun is just fantastic with it. Gets that headshot on towards Jeet, finishes things off with the Sheriff. This man is on one today, and you've got to watch out, Todak, as he is looking to close this series out fairly convincingly.
It's crazy to know that even with full weaponry, Todak couldn't even get through halfway past A. First, the retaliation set into the sewers itself was a little too overwhelming, and Shun has not even faltered for the past 3 rounds, getting 7 frags on top of it all.
My word.
Frosty's now opts to go in with a quick tap on that Marshall as well as Sheriff combo. Waiting to see if there's anything that will be offered. Fault line only clip him for a slight bit.
Not sure if they spotted any of these players out. Oh my goodness. Just spamming through that smoke. Easy peasy here. Does take down Frosty's. Aduka inside that B site has taken down Shun. Kimmy will be able to get that trade. And will be able to secure that rifle DXN with this. Oh my goodness, 3 players here. He lines them up nice and easy. And Kyle was able to take him down in the end. Just shutting down Todak towards A main.
You got to check those corners. And it was a huge mistake on Todak's end. And there's no way out in this round. It's just piecing the puzzles together. Kizuna just read them like a book. Now, Todak gotta really think things twice, right? Like the way that they tried to challenge into this particular angle. And the DXN needed only one more bullet to take out the Kyle that was trying to turn his back against him.
Checking the situation.
But by then, I mean, damage being done. Kizuna still had 4 more members to work with, and now operator in the hands of DXN. And even despite that,
this could be a massive pick here if he's able to find his 3 players towards long. And all he needs is to find one. All he needs is to hit down Jeet, and that's a massive member. One of the initiators here on the side of Toda. Instantly, they rotate back. They do not want anything to do with this operator here in the hands of DXN. Aduka is in here. He might be able to find flaring, and he does. Timing is just perfect there from Ascent to go for that trade peak. Aduka's taken down. DXN picks up the second as well with the operator. And they're looking to take this ace, to take the C site, sorry. Oh, look at this.
He's gonna commit with run it back, and that only buys him a second chance at life. Frosties playing very aggro. He couldn't get the snap on top of Kimmy. That will seal it. 5 points back to back. I didn't expect Kizuna to be this explosive heading into the defense.
Insane indeed. I mean, just picking up that initial frag with the operator, DXN shut things down. And just alongside the rest of his team, just fantastic indeed. Aduka was there to kind of put a little bit of a nuisance from that garage position, but you see Shun instantly coming in for that trade, and he's been playing lights out with 9 frags. Todak looking like they don't really have a chance up against the likes of Kizuna here. So much utility being used. Lots of information has been gathered that there's just tons of Todak players here towards this A short position.
Todak has been trying to pry into A for multiple times, and it's been rather difficult, especially when you do have Kimmy with the setups already in place. And most often than not, it's really Shun as well as DXN that's been able to really hold them all the way back. With the Rolling Thunder, they do get that access, so enough time alongside with the lockdown to just shove every member of Kizuna back. Now, taking position. Let's see what Todak could possibly do. Whereas, there is a very wide flank angle coming in from Flaring. It will take some time before he gets into place. And that's where Frosty! He gets enough damage for Kizuna to find the mark. DXN goes for a reset. Yes. He gets 3. Looking for 4. And it could just be an ace. Aduka stops him right there and then. Now down to Flaring.
Oh man, it really looked like Kizuna was able to close things out, to go for that quick retake, but the 2 players here from the side of Toda playing in towards the corner.
Back.
He has no idea that there's both the players are there. Sube will get the right click here on towards him, and Toda managed to pick up their first round after 5 rounds for Kizuna. DXN really looked like he was gonna just sweep Toda in towards this one.
It was still worrying signs despite this round being won by Toda, right? Like, DXN came in really strong into the side, and then after that, gets that reset onto the tailwind. Just couldn't really land final blow onto Aduka. And that's where Flaring didn't really get the opportunity to strike back. At least economy-wise, Todak has gotten to stabilize in that essence of exchange.
Look at this, the Kizuna just investing 4 players towards A, and now that they've put DXN in a position that is so deep in towards A main, they just easily rotate away from this site. And look at DXN, man. Just that position itself right there allows the rest of Kizuna to fortify that C and B site. And I'm not sure whether or not Toda will expect this. The quick rotation, if they even try to go for either of those 2 sites.
And there's already a double stack by the garage windows already. So if they were to push in right now, it would actually cost them their lives. Speaking of which, Shrouds have been set. That's where Kizuna expects this C push to come right in. Larry's absolutely blind as he couldn't really get vision, and that's where Frosty's will kill. Clear out 2 members of Kizuna. While DXN is still so far away, he won't be able to contribute into the battle. So they have to wait it all out or actually go in for a save. Kizuna.
Paranoia coming in from Kale. Just shut down the defense of Kizuna. Instantly, the rest of the team from Todak was just able to just secure that side, clear off that back site, take down those 2 players. Instant save here called from the side of Kizuna. Shun not able to find anything here. Aduka is just around the corner. It will fall back. But Todak so far, they've been playing so well to really try to catch up to this scoreline. That's 2 points now. Tough game here.
Very, very tough game. Especially they really rely a whole lot on Frosty to get these entry. And the round that they've won thus far, of course, other than the first round, the previous matchup, we see them needing to commit into the Rolling Thunder, the lockdown. And once that's gone, it doesn't seem like it was too problematic from that point onwards. So right now, Kizuna has both of that, so to speak.
Looking aggressive towards Garage. Ooh, decent effort there. Almost got the shot off there on towards Aduka.
Yeah.
That's where both will just go in for a quick reset, whereas a 3 stack onto A, and now having Riza to reposition. Got to check those windows there. 3 members lurking around from Todak. I believe those footsteps have been heard. So the XN, he's not gonna leave this trace behind. To find that window with a wide swing coming out of Aduka. Keeps himself alive.
Tons of
this
damage.
push and pull coming out of Todak is eventually gonna lead them into C. And there's only gonna be Flattering to defend. Eventually we'll be joined by Shun as well. Oh, they're staying on the gravity wall. Aduka finds one over the middle. Whereas Flattering trying to hold them all back. And the double swing couldn't take him down.
What
Flattering,
AP.
massive work. Looking for triple. He spots the hit. Damage being done. Enough for Shun to close it out. Crazy work coming from Flattering with a triple.
He knew exactly what he was doing. The Nebula was up. He knew the curveball was going to be coming up, so instantly he plays anti-flash, hears the flash come in, turns around, and just like that,
1 second, peeps.
is able to take down 2 players with ease. Assistance with the Rolling Thunder came in, and they just held that site like a boss. But man, the game sense for Flaring to play that anti-flash position, fantastic.
Phenomenal. The MVP of the past round is just flexing his muscles throughout the game. Now the XN opt to hide within the smokes for the time being. Not too certain if he's going to be able to stay much longer though. Down in the sewers, we got to use 1 bullet to take out the Aldrome. And just having members pushed and shoved. Meanwhile, take a look at this. Aduka so far away. Doesn't carry the spike though. And they're literally baiting the rest of Kizuna to move off of A.
Watching here.
A smart measure by just dragging this game out. And I believe that eventually Aduka may be spotted.
Ooh. Does manage to do a little bit of damage, but he gets taken out there by Flaring. Slow and steady now. The rest of the team will be making their way in towards an MTA site. They do have that plant down, but they've got the lockdown on Kimmy. They've got the Cosmic Divide on Flaring as well. It's going to be almost impossible to hold things out, especially when DXN opens up the retake with that frag on towards Kyle. 3 versus 5.
Here.
Cosmic Divide, lockdown coming in, but Frosty's is going to be a bit of an obstacle here as he takes down Kimmy. Perfect timing for the pink, but he misses the shot here.
What?
What in the world is going on? Just a chaos here.
One enemy
And
remaining.
it's Helter Skelter's breaking loose. Shun going down to 1v1. Sube will falter.
he
What a
have the
death
time?
coming in for the entirety of Kizuna. And they extend this to 7.
What a chaotic retake. It looked like it was going Todak's way, but of course, when the last person standing is Shun, you just have no choice. He's been playing out of his mind. Lights out, just hitting every single shot possible. 13 frags and 2 deaths. That's almost a 7 KD.
And if you notice, his Vandal's been glowing the whole time throughout this match.
Because he's a champion.
Yeah, he is in the champion indeed. From the get-go, this man starts off with, what, 7K, no deaths? And up till now, within 10 rounds, he's only been taken down twice. With superior positioning and just great read of the game, he didn't even need to even commit with the Hunter's Fury of his own. Therefore, ample resources for them to come up in this round. Whereas, Todak really have to squeeze a little bit of these creds to make it work once more. Kizuna could actually make this huge reverse sweep happen here in the final round of the series. Todak really got to make do with whatever time that they spend discussing onto breaking out this
streak
and wall of Kizuna Esports. Like, what could they possibly do to even spot out this Sova that's been able to play not only safely, but have been striking
Placing swarm grenade.
in perfect timing for the most part.
So dangerous. Having a great Sova player like Shun, able to find the perfect timing to put down the recons, to get the information, and not only that, to actually hit the shots when it matters. Slow and steady now, towards middle. They want to go for that B hit. Bit of a half buy here coming in from the side of Todak. They do manage to get the spike down, but Frosty's pushing up towards A-Link, and Riza will be able to get the quick flick here to shut down that push. And look at him go! That's going to be a 2K here for him. A quick spray down here to manage to close things out here. My word. A fantastic hold. A great retake. And Kizuna is just slowly running away with it. They're showing off that right now they are the better team.
And it really took so much effort for them to even seek out Riza, right? Like, that's like technically 3 players if you count the running back that he was dealing with. So now without that ultimate, not too certain, but at least it's a full buy. Kizuna always starts off so solid in the first half itself. And when it comes down to defense, wonder what's left in the tank later on for Todak.
Hunter's Fury gonna be used here from the side of Shun. DXN getting super aggressive here towards Silong. He might just be able to spot up the shoulder. Oh, of Kyle, but not gonna be able to connect the shot at all. So close yet so far.
Yeah. But there's just another bit of pixel he would have actually have gotten it. Kimmy now dealing with the garage situation. Duka going mano a mano. Both sides of the Killjoy. Trying to trade through the doors. Not finding anything at all. Whereas this is the target that they want on the back. Shun sucks in the bullet. Will instantly pull back as they slowly cut through A-Long for the time being. And just look at the discipline out of the rest of Kizuna. Not even moving yet. It only does alarm Riza to join in the fray as he needs to set up a great fault line. And sure, he finds a Duka from the back as well.
The glowing Vandal is in the hands of a champion. He takes down 2. Toda, Frosties, he will be able to get the shot off, get the trade. But at this point, this 4v3 retake is definitely going to be difficult here for the side of Toda to hold things off. But perfect utility usage to make Shun fall back. Currently waiting now from the side of Kimmy to come in for that flank. Oh my goodness, Riza! A quick flick here on towards him. Jeed now left in a 1v2. He hears exactly where these players are coming from. But man, the positioning just incredible here for the retake. 8-2. Gonna be moving into 9-2. And man, Shun to be able to hold things up towards short, to be able to take down those two players
Last round
is just incredible.
It's just so much finesse out of Kizuna. And we saw them just leaving this entirety of the side. And then you have Shun, who's just... He was
soloing towards a short there.
Yeah, he's just basically obliterating members and members of Todak round after round. Just having the best time of his life. Tailwind committed very early, coming in from DXN.
Double operator setup here.
Very interesting line of setup. Whereas now they really have to deal with flaring. Now that they know that he's with an operator, but DXN will still get the elevated angles. Not that the shot that will find him though. The pressure is on. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Won't be able to clip DXN. But he will be flashed instead.
Oh, the counter.
The
But Duka does find Kimmy towards middle, but look at this. Somehow Frosty is able to find a frag while he's concussed. And a solid Duka now. 1 versus 2. If it's anyone else, man, it could be difficult, but Duka, even with that Bulldog, able to close the 1 frag at least. DXN has been amazing, but Duka will be able to pick up that 4K and do some nasty things here to DXN. 9-3. Kizuna win it out here in this half, and Todak, they've got to find some signs of life in towards this last half of this series.
Not too sure if the 9-3 curse could still be applied into this instance. Because we evidently did see Todak struggle on this attacking side, and we understand why, especially when Shin as well as Rizzo is on point. What can you do? Every single time they move into any form of area, they always get clipped. And I'm still looking at this pick of Frosty on the Speedix not having the best of time throughout the course of the run. Now here goes another aftershock. Todak will just hold them very slightly. Doesn't really deter the rest of Kizuna from committing. I mean, the spike is still at the back. They don't really have to really go in for that A challenge. Whereas Kimmy dissected his way and sees the side to be open, at least on the left-hand side.
They've got 2 players in towards Garage here. And they know they've got the information that there are 2 players. Have to really fall back because they do not want to walk in towards this Todak crossfire.
Right here.
Slowly now making their way towards A, but Sube is going to be able to take down DXN towards that A long position. Jeed finds Kimmy lurking in towards that B site, and they just cut down the members from 5v5 now at 3v5. Kizuna, two members down.
Full flush coming in from Kizuna to immediately go in for the plan. First, this being a pistol round, they will have ample spacing. But immediately drop, flicks it through, couldn't really get that wall bang across, but they're low enough for the rest of Todak to respond in kind. This time, looking so much better in the second half.
Definitely, I mean, that utility usage, that precision from Frosty's, able to get that initial hit shot there. Kizuna was able to get a couple of trades in. It was a 3v5 in the end, so not too shabby to be able to pick up 2 frags. Nonetheless, still 5 rounds down here. Toda, if they win out this round, you know, by the time they get up to the bonus, should be 9-4, 9-6, 9-5, 9-6 here. Not bad at all. But if you look towards the left side of the screen, Sheriffs are out. And we know exactly how dangerous Sheriffs can be in the hands of Shun, in the hands of DXN. It's like a pocket operator. Straight to the noggin.
Indeed it is. While DXN cuts through close. Couldn't snap it to his right. Kyle overwhelms him with the Spectre. That's 1 out of the way. But they get that direct access into C main. And Ryza is already going for the plant.
planted.
The rest of Todak is pretty close by. They already have a clue that the rest of Todak is inside of the garage, but Ryza does have the vision and still gets a headshot. Well, not exactly a headshot, but it will still be overwhelmed by Frosties as well as Kyle. Very much manageable, especially now with vision denied. Only got to rely on these goals as well as one Sheriff on board, and they're sending G to clear them up.
Able to delay the defuse here, but honestly, there's just not much he can do at this point. Crosshair was on the player, but the man advantage, they just put up 4 players on towards that side, spraying through that smoke. 9-5, slowly but surely here. Todak make their way in towards this bonus round. We saw Kimmy actually just outside the garage trying to pinch that garage position with Riza, but unfortunately he did get caught out and he got spotted out. And I think if Kimmy was able to make his way in towards the garage entrance and assist Riza, this round could have gone another direction.
It could have actually been, and now her practice plays as we see the rest of Todak actually charging out into their base.
What in the
and they ability get 2. Frosty still running it down with the run it back. Now takes over control. That's Frosty again.
What in the world? This
So
bonus
nasty.
round easily in just a couple of seconds, 3 players of Kizuna wiped out.
Cheesed them.
Yeah.
Cheesed them just like that.
What a play. The dart towards the back, towards that A-main position, able to spot out the players. The concuss, the fault line from the side of Jeed. Just fantastic execution from Todak.
And they're just going to be looking for the save, buying close to a minute's time. And it really takes so much courage when you're like, what, 4 points down and you're still pulling off plays like that. Nobody would have suspected it. Definitely Kizuna didn't. And
30 seconds
I guess
left.
like these kind of rounds don't come by every so often because Kizuna right now would start to expect like Todak would come up with these type of shenanigans again and again.
Yeah, they chose the perfect round to do so. You know, it was a bonus round for them. So even if they took the L, they were still able to
10 seconds left.
repurchase their weapons here. Nonetheless, just fantastic execution here from their end, forcing Kizuna here to save. 2 of their players do manage to keep in the rifles, but man, oh man, that was a sight to hold, a sight to see.
Well, I guess I am absolutely wrong with what I said about the Phoenix early on. Gotta swallow my words back.
It's Frosties, man. What are we supposed to do?
Because I thought like it was meant for them to get a cleaner access on their attacking side. And, you know, when Frosty goes ham on the defense, I guess it's applicable too.
Definitely. I mean, that shot on towards the player coming out grass was just beautiful. The easy one tap. This time around, Kizuna looking to make their way towards a DB site. They do have a Duka ready and waiting. He falls back just in time. The Ascent almost got the shot on towards him. Frosties does manage to pick up his single frag here, but flaring, ready and waiting, lurking around the corner. And it looks like Kizuna managed to thin down the numbers 3 versus 3. Oh, look at this flaring just being so annoying in towards his B site, cutting off rotations. Beautiful display of VALORANT now, splitting up the defense. Todak left confused.
And it's all leading down to that B axis that has opened up so much spacing for the rest of Todak. Now that you are trying to get this
Oh my goodness,
down.
Rolling Thunder as well. There's no way! Kizuna bring it back with ease. Splitting up that B site. Just fantastic. There's just no way Todak, they just did not know how to hold that. Especially with flaring just lurking towards that B site, cutting off all those rotations. Double digit now secured for Kizuna.
It was a great idea. I think like it became only problematic when they don't really have their players in position post-plan, and that's just about it. Giving a little bit more wiggle room for Kizuna to eventually formulate a smooth retake after. I wouldn't exactly say smooth in particular, because like they did have multiple members being dropped in that particular round. Now this close angle through the cubby is gonna be a little bit problematic towards flaring if Aduka chooses to swing. He opts not to reveal his position. Meanwhile, operator shot, the EXN barely dodges it.
You have the information on where the operator is playing instantly. They're gonna fall back. They're gonna move towards the C site, and Aduka has to be very wary of what's just around the corner. He does get checked by Riza, and he gets taken out. Fantastic stuff here. Kyle in the corner. Paranoia comes out. Does he manage to make his way out of there? He does not. DXN shuts him down, and it is just the Todak train currently holding things down. Jeed will get taken down. 3 versus 2. Sube trying to find a shot. He does manage to find an opening here. Here's all these steps. Here's the footsteps just in front of him. Goes for a rapid, just does not make things work. 1 versus 1. Operator in the hands of Frosty.
Couldn't really land a shot. Now it's spun down to this. He's spraying a sheriff, and it will just blast him off of the map. Still gets the plan down. Kizuna is slowly running around with the series in the back, just needing 2 more to secure this win. Todak, it could have been there. It's just so close. Really, literally down to that 1 shot away where Frosty's almost had it in return.
Almost had him, man. The operator, the crosshair was on him. The slight movement, just not able to hit Riza at all. He had the right idea with the shorty, but was not able to hit just connect that shot. Nonetheless, Kizuna slowly running away with it. 1 more point to match point. And look how aggressive they're going in. Trying to catch out the player, almost getting that hit shot on towards Jeed. What in the world is going on?
This DXN running ring around Rosie, not giving any form of spacing at all to the rest of the Todak, but Aduka finds one through the garage. Whereas they have spotted that there is a flank in effect. After shot out, and for reason had that space to run out, but straight to the crosshair of Jeed. Now he's being pincered off.
4 versus 2.
Oh, 3! Gonna get him all, and almost did it.
1 versus 1. Can they make this work? Duelist versus duelist. Frosty's is looking the other way. He went for the tap. He knows he's off of it, and there we go. DXN secures match point here for DXN. For Kizuna. He's got me losing my words. That was a 2v4. My goodness. The way Riza was able to hold things down. He set his crosshairs towards that middle position, able to secure those 2 frags. And my, oh my, what a game here being played by Kizuna. Really just running away with it. Hitting their shots.
Especially for DXN. I think like he really have secured so much spacing, especially Riza getting away with that much. That's a sin right there, I would say. Whereas Todak really had so much going on with them. There was also a flank setup coming out of Kizuna, which they have eventually managed to get that being handled out. Hold down to Frosty on where could he find those window of opportunity on the final, those 1v1s 2 times in a row. It must have actually affected his confidence at a certain level itself. It's like that. Frosty remains to be the highest fragging player on board.
19
Everybody really has to pull their weight this time around. This looks to be very doable, especially with 3 elements available for the rest of Todak. Just got to really commit into the site.
6 rounds down. Just difficult here for the side of Todak to look for something, look for some light. No light at the end of the tunnel, and look at this. Kyle does manage to take down DXN. That's going to be a good start here. Instantly shutting down the offense of Kizuna. A little bit too over-aggressive, overzealous from the side of Kizuna.
Yeah, and most Kizuna members were not even making halfway through that sector. Therefore, they're not willing to actually make that commitment as well. Todak, they're gonna make good use of this current advantage that they do have. Still 3 members stacked onto C though.
Have the lockdown on the Rolling Thunder here. If they're able to get that spike down, that's going to be a massive, extremely difficult retake here for the side of Todak. Yes, they do have the Rolling Thunder on their end, but the ults on the side of Kizuna just extremely strong. Look at this. Riza just instantly ready for this one.
Lockdown now, setting a stone, and that's where the rest of Todak gotta wait a few more seconds before they go right in all together. Still holding on to the lockdown, and now it will be countered back as well. Riza just understands the timing all too well, and he's very willing to stay put, and that's where Frosty is now hops on board. And every single angle that he moves to will find Todak members coming up on top, and they will clean up shop. This game will continue on. Todak pulling one more pointer back, but gotta chase so much more. 5 more to break even into overtime.
Big round there from Todak. They managed to take down the Rolling Thunder alongside the lockdown from the side of Kimi. That's gonna force a break in the economy of Kizuna. They're on match point here. They still have 5 points to really work around with. So even if they lose this one, they definitely have a chance. But to allow Todak to pick up the momentum, to get the confidence back here, to bring it in towards OT, that's what they have to avoid. A flawless round could be detrimental here. Nonetheless, super slow here. They do not want to make any sort of mistakes. They want to close things out as soon as possible.
It's really difficult when you don't really have the weapons advantage as well. Now, they rely on Kimi to get this opener into place. A couple of nano swarms are already being set onto the default B. Now, the rest of Todak draws their attention onto this garage window.
Here.
They can take their sweet time. They don't really have to really force a hand right here. Whereas it does allow a little bit more of that access towards A for the rest of Kizuna, as they're just seeking out every single information that's available.
DXN pulling off the fake towards his A site, trying to pull rotations, but Todak are not buying it. They still allow 2 players here in towards the C site. Instant paranoia. All this utility going to be used up, but Kyle just ready and waiting. Great shots here. Shut things down here towards the C. And it's all Kimi by himself. Just somehow making his way towards spawn.
Yeah.
Nothing else he can do. He wants to. He has to look for a death here.
Yeah. Got 6 seconds to do so, and he got to thank Selfie for that to bring a little bit more economical value onto the next round. So they could finally get this buy down. Todak, they dent their economy again, then they will see that chance into perhaps an overtime. Still
double digits at least.
4 more points to go.
Definitely doable. I mean, it looks like the mindset of Todak is slowly growing in towards this this map. They were not phased at all by the movement, the sound of DXN. Held it down so beautifully there on towards the C site. And Kizuna, you know, the longer we play this game, the more they use kind of different kind of strats and run out of ideas. Nonetheless, doing so far so good. Just 1 more point is all Kizuna needs. It's either they shut it down here or allow Todak to bring it to double digits. If they lose this one, Kizuna, they're going to have to go for another eco. They're going to have to go for a save. And Todak just building up the economy, building up those alt orbs. It's definitely going to shut down any sort of offense by Kizuna. And just looking at the alts on the side of Todak, they run it back They have that Hunter's Fury to deny the plant.
And they've been playing all too carefully.
Wow, perfect.
Riza almost getting spotted out by the recon as well.
Perfect positioning here.
And now they're starting to pull off of A.
Just because of that single recon, it didn't spot anybody. They fall back, they allow.
Now they do.
30 seconds left.
Got the alarm bot in place, and now DXN gets that access, takes out the bot. Hunter's Fury is going to be finding some angles, but still couldn't clip the DXN. He did check the corners as well. Aduka now landing the first shot, and Todak still need to play with his time. Running back committed. Same goes to the Hunter's Fury. And they further try to suppress them from way far ahead. Frosty now back to his former position, and Larry holding one down. Frosty trades it back, and the flash comes in the right time. And they will continue to put the points in the charts. It's not over just yet.
Not at all. 12-9, slowly but surely. Frosty's now with that champion, that glowing knife, the glowing Vandal. No problem at all here. Coming in hot with that, with the rest of his team, just being able to clear out Hell, clear out Long. Flaring, I don't know whether or not he should be playing towards that close cubby position towards Graffiti. I don't think that's a great spot there for him, you know, especially when he's on that, on the Astra. Maybe he didn't have the gravity well available at that time, so he decided to get aggressive. But this is not the flaring that we know and loved from Ascent.
So being spotted out, we'll have to give a little bit more spacing. Whereas you see Kizuna amplifying their efforts into getting into the rapid A charge.
They forced into this one. They forced up with Spectres, Stingers, a Frenzy as well. So holding these angles, holding Hell, Graffiti, they could just set up a beautiful crossfire and just really shred the defense of Todak. We're gonna see how this goes, because this could potentially be the last round here of this map. Stinger is gonna be able to connect there on towards Aduka. Great stuff coming in, and Kizuna just mowing them down with these shots. And there we go, they secure it. They get the series 13-9 of a beautiful, thrifty round. What in the world? They are happy and excited. Easy game, easy life here, and man, oh man. That was a thrifty. Stinger, Spectres, Sheriffs. What more could we expect?
And they really have to thank Flaring for that huge cosmic divide that really separated them, and they could just basically hold the angles through the wall. And you see even desperation attempts coming out to have this waterfall flowing through the top, and they take huge fall damage on top. So by the time you land, I don't think that it was a window of opportunity for them to really snap back at him. And Todak, despite this heavy effort onto the second half, Kizuna Esports, they have tried and they have made this reverse sweep possible.
Definitely. I think there was that a recon dart from Shun as well. So they were just able to get all this information, able to really just shut things down, shut down the retake from Todak. Incredible stuff. And honestly, at the start of this game, Kizuna was running it away with it 5-0. Flaring just looked so strong. Every single member being able to pull their own weight, hit their shots. Shun as well was playing spectacular Valorant today. Riza, I mean, my goodness, you can give 3 players to push Riza and he's just able to shut them down with ease.
Just gotta see, like, it's really not a one-man show army when it comes down to Kizuna. Like, every single member had their own pop-off moments. Like, we saw Riza that has been able to overwhelm them all the time. And then you have DXN with that lurk over on the corners. This team itself just knows exactly what their roles are in these form of plays. And it's really unfortunate for Todak where Frosty was hidden into this 1v1 situation and couldn't really make the best out of it. Yeah, it was 2 points, 2 really crucial points for Todak.
Just look at that. The Shun with the recon bolt to just give so much information to allow DXN the timing and just the timing to come out and in of that cosmic divide. Nonetheless, just fantastic. Todak was able to pick up more first kills here in total. Thrifty there from the side of KZ on the last final round here.
Yeah, and as much as we see Todak really having their struggles in the first half, second half really looked more like themselves, where they've been able to coordinate so much more on defensive setup. This being a more defense-centric map itself would also be a little bit of challenge, of course, when you need to go in for those form of rotation. Then, of course, Kizuna on that very final round really brought everything back. So that also takes a lot of those honors away from Frosty's, where, you know, he has emerged to be the MVP for his team, where you saw so many times you were wondering, how does this Phoenix actually goes in for retake? This guy just throws out the flash, drops out the window, gets like 2 to 3 guys. Still phenomenal work. And then like you have Reza, that's always been contributing so much in terms of his utility setup. And the one particular play that I absolutely love was his discipline hiding right on the plan. And everything was being thrown except for Todak's own ultimate coming in from that Rolling Thunder. So he uses that to match up with whatever Todak was trying to pull out.
Counters it perfectly. Oh man, MVP indeed, man. This guy, he's just phenomenal. 246 average combat score, 16 frags here in this last final map, and 2.6 KD. It was Shun at the start. Shun was doing so well, being able to pick up those kills. At one point, he was, what, 14 and 3. But this time around, during the late game, it was really down to Reza, who was able to use his utility wisely, who was able to assist his team when it came to those retakes of Todak, shut down beautifully, and always hitting getting those multi-frags.
That's true, and we definitely do look forward for more matchups that involves Kizuna Esports. And my goodness, Reza, we start off the day here highlighting him, and by the end of the day, he's still on our screens, and this guy really has the potential to really go very far alongside with the team. So hoping to see them and make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this man was an ex-Kingsman player. He's definitely got the experience in VCT itself, but nonetheless, man, this guy just phenomenal. He is the in-game leader, if I'm not mistaken. So he's doing some great work here in this team. But nonetheless, that is Kizuna. They are at the bottom of the scoreboard, bottom of the standings, but that's because they've been fighting teams like Bleed, LVR, Enigma, X10. You know, these are massive, massive teams that they've lost up against, but they've always been able to put up a fight.
Yeah,
and now that they are kind of going through the rest of these teams, there should be some easy pickings here for them, some easy points. This is the standings just right here, right now, updated.
And of course, with Enigma Gaming as Bleak Esports having the same record, they are basically tied for #1, whereas Louvre did manage to conclude their own series for today and now are being positioned into 3rd and 4th alongside with X10 with the same result. And Kizuna with this win against Todak, they are currently tied. So just looking at the standings itself, you could see that anybody has the chance to make the cut, and some could also be in the position where they got to start worrying because there's not many weeks left for them to play out before playoffs happen.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks left, and you do not want to be the bottom 2 teams. Remember, ladies and gents, if you guys don't know, the top 6 teams move towards the playoff. They get the chance to fight each other out to get the chance to win up to 25,000 USD. That's a massive, massive prize pool here for these teams, especially inside MYSG. Man, so much is on the line. Each and every one of these teams are putting in their efforts, putting in the works. But of course, the better team will always win at the end of the day.
That's true, and for now, we look at both Enigma as well as Bleed to be in the most optimal position, but they are also trying to play for a better bracket on the when they do get into playoffs. So with that in mind, of course, getting that #1 spot does
give you a little bit more breathing space to also look at all the other teams that play on the lower bracket eventually. But with all of that in consideration, I still think that there are still a lot of things that certain teams could still work on. And as for Kizuna, they're just on the perfect roll for this week itself. I believe that there's just much more greatness to come out of this team.
Yeah, definitely. And with that being said, ladies and gents, that's going to be the end of this week. We're going to see you guys next week. Take care. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Defenders win. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. Taken out. One enemy remaining. Down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One down.
Dusted.
Defenders. Spike down B. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
A fine death.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Amateur.
One enemy remaining. You want your fight?
Dusted.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Attackers win.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.